Good morning and welcome to today's live show. We are going to be paying attention to a lot of things today, one of those being AMC and GME. Remember, we told you the technical side, how you could make money in this overall play, treating it just like we would with another stock. Now, if you are watching this video and you are not live, if I'm not live right now and you're watching this video, tune into the last 15 minutes. And remember, guys, you only have 3 days left to get that course for $100 before that price goes up. Okay, you have 3 days left. By Friday, I might extend it over the weekend, but right now it's just Friday. So by the end of Friday, we are going to bump up that price as of right now. And seeing a huge reaction from the video I just added to that course, being the how to take profit, or actually it's more so how to manage a trade. And it's very, very useful. How to know when to get out of a trade and not leave it there so you can continue to lose money, not let the market fake you out. We get very specific on it with multiple time frames and show you exactly what you need to look for in order to get out of that trade and how to get back in. So thank you guys for showing up this morning. Make sure to give the video a like as you trickle in this morning. And we are just starting up a little bit early because I have my office. I almost have my desk. I think Memorial Day really messed things up with the delivery. It kept saying it was delivered every single day or it was going to be delivered. And today it actually got put on a different truck. I looked it up. It got put on a different truck. So we will have the desk and we might have our full setup tomorrow. So you guys get to see my beautiful face again. I know everyone's super excited about that. But this is very, very cool. Now, the last thing that we needed to happen was the 2-hour curling up here for AMC. And what did we say? 30-minute. This signal at the end of the day on Friday, we kept telling you guys, if this curls up into positive territory on the 30-minute, that is a good sign. That is the time where you can see a pop. And look at that. We're seeing the pop. So these are the types of things that you are going to learn in the course. We keep it pretty simple and we teach you about these indicators and how important they are and how you can use them for your trading strategy. So we're paying attention to a lot of things, but as of today, what do we notice? Curled up with the green bar, that was your go button. And now AMC is going, and I believe GME is going even higher. So this one here wasn't positive. So if you were to take this play, we always say if you take it down in negative territory, you're being a contrarian with the overall trend. Very negative trend, right? But how close are we to the center line? Very, very close. So this curling up right here is like, hey, this could be the moment, take a chance. Now it can go positive. Let's see if we break through the first form of resistance. Remember, we got a bunch of resistance above us. This one right here would be the first. Okay, so this level of about 23.17, which looks like we're about to open up at, would be the most, the closest resistance to us. And then we have 47.57 is my line in the sand. I really think that 47.57, if you get above that, I think GME has a chance to run up to 100. So doesn't mean we can't, people make fun of the meme stocks, but you can literally look at the technicals and say, this doesn't look that bad. It looks pretty good. The only thing about GME that's different from AMC is the 2-hour is negative. So we would need that to go fully positive for us to switch that to say this is overall a bullish chart in front of us. Okay, so we're paying attention to this today. Why are we paying attention? Well, because we have the FINRA, we have the T+1 implemented, and we have the CAT system going out there as of today. So this is going to be very, very interesting. And it's pretty much by the end of the week, we have all these short sellers who might want to switch around their positions, which could cause them to go liquid in the market. Which in the market right now, what are we seeing? We're seeing that little bounce up, okay? Remember, I was leaning towards, if you watched last night's YouTube video, I was leaning towards upside here. I thought downside was probable, but if we saw downside, I think we were just going to get a little trap here and then bounce up, and then this is the real trap. So I think we might get a trap to the upside. What am I looking out for? A 2-hour divergence. I think this 2-hour divergence would be solid here. We can see that just move up. It's not, remember, divergences, they don't calculate it based on how high the bar goes. They base it on the close. So even if you only come up to this area, you do have a divergence across these highs on the 2-hour at the same time. Remember, we pay attention to when they're at the same time. Greetings from Iraq. Greetings. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for being here. Crypto Itachi. Ooh, Itachi, do you watch Naruto? Okay, Born to Win, thank you for joining. John Duran, Scar King. I hope we get some new people in here. I really do. Remember, guys, this channel, the reason that I'm here is to help. The reason that I'm also live every single day is to encourage you guys to help me grow this channel. Everyone asks how they can help me because a lot of people saying I'm a very helpful person. I'm trying to be. So how can you help out the channel? Put a like on it. The more retail traders we can teach this type of info, the less money that the big dogs can steal from you by manipulating this market. Remember, the things that we teach we'll show you how to not get manipulated, how to not allow them to take 100% of your money. Yeah, sometimes you're going to have to lose 20%, but I encourage you to be excited about that because you were the person who was smart, you were diligent, and you managed that trade correctly. You lose 20%, you find the next opportunity, and you're going to make plenty of money in this market, making hundreds of percent if you can just manage that risk. And we talk about that even further in the course in that section. I highly encourage you, if you have trouble with getting in and out of trades, if you have a lot of losing trades that you just can't get rid of, you can't cause yourself to sell. Well, I just put up a video over the weekend. I'm seeing a huge positive reaction. It's about how to manage the trade, how to know when to get out. So I like anime. Welcome, George Anthony. Welcome, Matthew Stankovich. Why does it sound like stanky bitch? Oh, I shouldn't say bitch. My bad. But welcome, guys. Thank you for joining. Make sure to just like the stream today so that we can get more retail traders involved in technical analysis, because I've told you guys my history with fundamentals. It doesn't work. Fundamentals do not work. As you can see, we see terrible numbers in earnings, stocks go up. We see good numbers in earnings, stocks go down. The truth is, it's all based on the algorithms. It's all based on the algorithms that are set to make the retail trader lose. And so we're paying attention to the technicals. Now, what are we doing here? For this week, we do have not the biggest range. Now, we do have a shortened trading week, so that makes sense. But then today, we also don't have the biggest range for the daily expected moves. 530, 76 to the upside, 528, 12 to the downside for the SPY. Now, if we go over to the Qs, what do we notice here? Again, a small range. Okay, so look at those purple lines. That's going to be your weekly expected move. This is what the options market has priced in for the entire week. Okay, so this is not something that I make up. This is what the options market priced in. I just calculate it, and then after that, what happens? Well, if we go outside of this zone, we have a 32% chance to land up here by Friday. We have a 32% chance to land down here by Friday. But if you land outside of that pretty early on in the week, a lot of the time, you end up back in this zone because you have a 68% chance to land somewhere in this purple zone here. So for today, that percentage lies true as well on the daily scale. You just see crazier things on the daily because, you have daily expected moves every single day. So there's, if you want to call it 365 days in a year, technically then you would get 365 daily expected moves. So you're going to see crazier stuff. It's kind of like if you sit at a roulette table for long enough, right? If you sit there for a long time, or you're playing online where they can roll the ball every minute and a half, well, then you're going to see crazier stuff than the guy that goes to Vegas and just sees a roll every 5 minutes, right? So that's kind of how it's compared here. So if we pop out of here, 68% chance to land back in that zone. If we pop down to here, 68% chance. But remember, as we get towards the end of the day and we're ending up in this area, that's when you're going to close outside that area. Could we look at Snow? I'll look at McDonald's first. Because people very critical about McDonald. This is a great trade here as a swing trader, right? You see the red bar right here telling you, hey, downside, I am very close to the center line. So if I go negative, remember, negative territory is where bad stuff happens. And notice this big red bar is what got us into negative territory. Right before that, you kind of almost touched it. You kind of grazed it a little bit. And then right here, you go into negative territory. And look at that selling really escalate as you go negative. So the selling really does escalate as you go negative. You see these bars right here. Once you're starting to go negative, it really starts to escalate most of the time. So what would we be saying here? Well, this does not look good it looks okay from a bounce perspective on the 2 hour, but if you go look at the daily, this thing is still pointing down. There's no reason to really think this has to bounce. There's support in this level. There's a little chunk of support here. We kind of lost it here. If we could wick out, there's decent stuff. But you'd want to say, I need something to prove before I take a trade, right? I need something to prove because what am I seeing here? Daily divergence forming in negative territory. I need that to curl up, give me a green impression, then I can be a contrarian and watch and see if those calls print, because it would have to go into a positive trend. So what I'd be paying attention to here is if McDonald's actually sees a bounce, I'd be happy with it. But if it's going to continue to go down, what would happen? Well, the 2 hour is going to curl up to the center line, curl right back down. And that's kind of like just a brief summary of what we do in the course, guys. And it's $100. I highly encourage you to get it. If you can't afford $100, there is a payment plan. You'll have to pay a little bit more, but it is $50 a month for 4 months. So if you need to pay a little bit less than the $100 straight up, you can do it for $50 a month. Can we look at Snow next? Yes, we can. Let's go look at Snow this morning. Let's see. Snow on the 2-hour still pointing down negative, not looking the best. Let me see here. 30-minute. Okay, 30-minute did not cross over on Friday. That's a key thing. That is a key thing because that's not a confirmation of the momentum shifting back down in negative territory, right? In negative territory. So this would mean that if it crossed over, well, then we could, create a double bottom. We could create a some kind of divergence down here for some kind of bounce. But if we don't create that, then you could just continue down over time. So we'll pay attention to this. I would think that there's no real reason to take a trade just yet for me. For my strategy, there's no real reason for Snow. But that doesn't mean something can't form in the future. So if this 30-minute can curl down, negative territory, okay, we test the low, right? We make a new one. But if this can just curl right back up, I just want to pay attention to my higher time frames. Like, what does my hourly look like? A little bit far away from the center line. What does my 2-hour look like? A little bit. Actually, this one's a little close. So if we do get positivity straight out the gate and this curls up and goes positive, yeah, we can see an upward move. But I just wanted to point out the last time we made all these divergences here not real divergence here, because this doesn't really count as divergence because we don't calculate the top bar, but in real time you might count it on the 30 minutes. So let me look at a 30-minute here, see if yeah, you had actually some good divergence right in this area. Right in this area, you kind of had the flatness of the MACD, downward move on the RSI, telling you some kind of pullback was coming. We create a range, we break the range, direction is chosen, we retest the top of that, and then we break down some more. So this is a very good looking. It's actually behaving pretty correctly, I would say, except for this rigged move. This was most likely people taking a bunch of calls and then the algorithm saying, ooh, puts are cheap, and then it just brings it down. So this is not necessarily something that looks like a great trade setup. I will say that. I would say I would like some kind of dying out in momentum. I think that there are probably some other plays that are better than this one. If it's able to hold up, 2-hour, can it go positive? Okay. Do we make a divergence? All right. We can pay attention to all those things. But for now, it doesn't look like the best setup according to my strategies. Thoughts on gold? Yeah, we can look at gold too. We were talking about gold a lot yesterday. We went live a little yesterday. And this was the setup that I talked about, right? I actually put on my Patreon, take profit right here. I said, take profit right here. That is going to be a rough one. And then I believe I even said, hey, there is divergence in this overall play. It was around these bars right here. I think I said, yeah, this is a good place to take profit. Look at that. We squeeze higher and then we drop off. Okay, so no real big divergences here. But you see how when you are able to go negative here, right on this bar here, look at that push down into negative territory. You see right when you hit negative territory, you see that escalate, get a small bounce, curl back down. What could we be paying attention to at the lows? Well, we're getting some kind of bounce. Did we have maybe like a 2-hour that's close to the center line? Hey, we have a 2-hour that's decently close to the center line. You'd still be a contrarian to take this up at this point. But you would say if this can curl up, go positive, another positive move can come. The only problem here is when you're this deep down and you get this to go back to positive territory, you do have a good opportunity to make a lower high. So I'd be paying attention, if this curls up, is it brief and does it curl right back down? That's how you would pay attention to how I could get screwed a little bit in this trade. Every day they come and make a huge green candle on Nvidia right at 4 a.m. in the morning. This has to stop. The market is so rigged. Exactly. And that's why, even though I didn't have my camera, I made sure to put out that video over the weekend, because it literally will tell you how to not get fully hurt by those rigged moves. You can get in and out, and then it teaches you a little bit about how to get back into a move, right? The timing, a lot of the time I like to say you're not necessarily wrong. It's just not the right timing for the play, because they're going to rig it to make it hurt you. That way you don't think the move is happening, and then the move happens and you get pissed off. So what that video does, it not only tells you how to stay away from taking a big loss and how to get out of your trade based on multiple time frames, right? 30-minute, if you're taking a tighter trade, we talk about that. If you're doing a daily trade, we talk about that. So it also tells you, hey, like, one, I should be proud of myself for not letting them take all my money, and I could look out because maybe this is just some kind of little pump for them to get out of positions, for them to fake me out. And then I can see how that turns right back around. And the timing was just off by like a day or two. We actually go through a lot. And it was very, very cool, because I had a whole plan for the video, and then I started to look at the first part of the video. I looked at the top in 2022, the SPY, and how you could have been in a big 9% move down. And it was a great risk management thing to talk about. But the funny thing is, I just started to look through the SPY, and that's what's so cool. When you look at those things and you go back and you retest, you can just take yourself through and be like, this is where I'd be in, this is where I'd be out. And then you have to do that a lot because doing it in real time is a little bit different, right? Doing it is a little bit different, but it truly is. It seemed way more powerful than I thought because I just do it naturally. Like, it's part of my strategy, so I just do it. And then when you actually say it out loud and talk about it and do it for 40 minutes and you look through a chart, you're like, holy crap, that's crazy. What would be the confirmation of a crash? I would say this is the confirmation of a crash signal, would be XLU. Now we could go up and make a little 2-hour divergence. Notice that we had these 2-hour divergences across the way up here. And this is when we started talking about, actually we started talking about it way down here. This is the crash signal, XLU. This is utilities. So if you go back and you look at, you look at what? You look at 2000, you look at 2008, you look at 2020, you look at 2022, all of these have the similar signal. Now in 2000 and 2008, it was just the utilities crossed over and we started to crash a little bit, right? We started to crash for months. It kind of just bled out down like this for months and months and months in the SPY. So the stock market started to crash because XLU turned down the previous day. So literally this is a very tight signal. That's why I really like showing it, because if we make a divergence here, this is what has happened the last 2 to 3 times that we've seen some kind of big pullback or a crash. 2020 and 2022, this is what we saw. We saw this pop down, curl down on the MACD. Actually, it went a little bit deeper and then it curled back up and made a little divergence. So we did this, right? We made a double top or a divergence. That's happened the last 2 to 3 times. So this is what you need to pay attention to. If you see this pop up and you see the market pop up, be very scared of that move, because if you start to turn down on utilities, that is your crash signal. That's why I'm saying in the next 30 days, there is going to be some kind of crash. How do you find out more about the course? Well, there's a little bit of a description in the course itself. It is down in the description if you want to click that link down there. But you can ask questions too. I am very honest about my course. I'm very honest about, talking about charts. I'm very honest about my trading as well. So if you would like to ask any question, if there's something that you have a question about, if you're like, if there's something you're struggling with and you're trying to learn about that specific topic, just let me know what that topic is and I'll tell you if it's in the course. But I can tell you right now, it's got indicators, it's got a trading strategy for you, it's going to help you understand. And that's the important thing, right? A lot of people start off their video by saying, oh, the MACD, well, what is it? Well, it's the moving average convergence divergence. And it's like, cool, how does that help me at all? So we don't focus on that at all. We tell you the important parts about this, how you can use it to trade, what is important, what is positive territory, what is negative territory, why are they important? Very good. Main challenges include how to 3x my money without getting out of bed. No. We are not one of those channels that's going to say, oh yeah, if you take my course, you're going to just make tons of money and not have to try it all. We talk about it very, very extensively, how trading is a full-time job. You have to manage the trade. And I highly encourage you not ever to be like, oh, I want to buy an AI bot. I want to do this. Take some accountability for your trading. It will make you not only a better trader, but I think a more diligent, better person, a more disciplined person. And it's something that I'm very passionate about. So take control of your trades. Take control of your trades and then just be like, hey, I need to take accountability when I need to take a loss. XLU has crossed over. The SPY has not. The SPY has not. So what if XLU goes and makes that divergence and then the SPY crashes down? That's kind of what I think could happen if this GME and AMC thing plays out. This is what I'm saying. I think it could. Now, SQQQ, I think it's the perfect time to scale in. I've scaled into my volatility play. I'm still waiting to scale in this last time. I think we might see some funky business this week. So you see this 30-minute, it's still kind of close to the center line. So I'm managing my trade right now by looking at volatility, right? I don't look at UVXY to manage the trade because it's 3 times leverage. I look at the VIX. And if this makes a downward move on the 30-minute, it's very close to the center line. So I can take a little bit out and then reapply that if it turns back around. And that's what you're going to learn a lot about in the course. We talk about it for 40 minutes straight on that portion there. Oh gosh, what's silver doing? Here, we'll look at the futures because we were looking at, oh, god dang. Well, this is fine. No, I like this one. I like this one. We looked at silver yesterday live. Thank you to everyone who showed up live. It is very awesome to see people who have the day off and they still show up and they ask questions and they're dedicated to learning. I love it. 30-minute able to cross up at the end of the day there, but that looks a little bit algorithmic, like it could be ripped away soon. So what's happening here? Well, 2-hour wasn't able to curl over. Remember, we were saying if the 2-hour curls over, that's when you know, hey, something bad can happen here. We can get a pullback. Some kind of cup and handle could happen. Maybe this is a small handle. Maybe that's all you need to head higher here. 30-minute crosses up, positive territory. What can start to happen here? Well, this double top here played out. So I would assume we are going to test this high. But remember this, while you're watching this, the 30-minute is very close to the center line. So pay attention if that curls down, because you'd be negative immediately, which means you're going to go the opposite way. You're going to go the opposite way. So we got to be on our toes. I had 2 bottles of red wine in me, so didn't comment, but it was a fun stream yesterday. Hey, Laws, it's okay. I was a heavy, well, not like, I was a pretty heavy drinker back in the day. I'm not going to lie. I used to do that, but now I'm all good, right? I mean, what's the way to put it? I had fun in my 20s. Let's put it that way. I had fun in my 20s. That's the best way to put it. But I could totally understand someone wanting to start to scale into something like QQQ, or I mean SQQQ, because you're seeing bad signals, right? This here is a double top right now, but I was, overall stating I believe we're going to see some kind of move higher early on in the day. And then by end of day, this could be ripped away. So I think the real signal here, yes, if the 30-minute crosses over, how close are you to the center line? Very close. So this could be the moment. So something like SQQQ, UVXY, those are things you would look into if you're spotting weakness. And right now, the momentum is showing you a little bit of weakness up here for the Qs. What do I think is possible? I think it's still possible we curl up on this 2-hour just for a brief moment. Maybe we even gravitate all the way up to that weekly expected move, and then that's ripped away, right? What the algorithm wants to do is have you guys give up. And 50X is here today, and I'm sorry I keep calling you out on this 50X, but you had the perfect comment last week about Nvidia. So Nvidia goes up, and he says, what the hell? This is rigged. This is BS, because they just keep pumping it higher. Yes, the rich people own this stock, so they want it to go higher. The poor people own, well, poor people, the retail traders own AMC and GME, so they push it lower. They rig it to go lower. They manipulate it to go lower. So what do we want to do? We want to play their game, and right now, this right here is screaming upside, but I'm telling you right now, this is probably going to fade at some point. This is going to fade. Remember, I said shortly after it goes above 1,000, that's when Nvidia is probably going to go away for a while. And I think Nvidia will crash down by 62% over the next 1 to 5 years. Appreciate the heck out of you. I took a large position on GME, and that's perfectly fine. Now you got to manage that trade. So Johnny, if I believe you took the course, go look. If you haven't looked, I added to it this weekend about how to manage your trade, and you really want to do that with something like GME. We even went through 5-minute charts on a lot of the stuff that is pumping right now, and you could literally just trade on a 5-minute and it works. It's very hard because you got to be quick with it, but I'm managing things based on your videos. Awesome. We love to see it. A lot of people throw risk management out the window. I am telling you right now, it is so freaking helpful. It is so helpful, and I didn't even realize how helpful my way of risk management in an actual trade, my managing of a trade is so useful until you say it out loud for 40 minutes. Seriously. Lucas, did you see overnight GME pop? Yeah, I was paying attention to that. Someone was mentioning it live about the European markets. So GME here, now what you need to happen though, you need that 2-hour to curl into positive territory. The 30-minute is going to be positive here. The 30-minute is most likely going to be positive right away in the morning. In about 17 minutes, it's going to be positive unless they suppress that. But this is not what those short sellers want. So most likely, Once you get above this level here, the short sellers are going to have to sell that position. They're going to have to buy shares because they are naked short selling. So just to make sure, most people understand what the naked short selling problem is and why they would have to buy GME and AMC, right? Strong bullish, man. Strong and bullish for, it depends for what. But I would say AMC and GME are about to switch. Sorry, I had to take off my jacket. Got a little warm. I'm a little hyped today. I would say AMC and GME are about to switch into a bullish trend, right? You would say GME opens up this morning like this. It's going to be into positive territory, which means it's in a bullish trend. So you can't say that it's bearish anymore. You just can't. At least on the 30-minute, you can't. Now, on the 2-hour, you can, right? You got to go down the line. The 2-hour, you probably will be able to say that's still... Ooh, maybe not. That's a big move for the 2-hour. And then the daily, this is still in positive territory. So even though everyone's talking shit on this, Jim Cramer talking shit on this, the daily is still positive. So this is, according to the MACD, a pullback still until that's able to fully rotate down and go negative. And a lot of the time before you go negative, you make a 2-hour divergence. So I think that's what's coming. I think that this does have potential to go to 100. If you want my honest opinion, if you go into the numbers and you see how many billions of dollars they are naked shorting in GME and AMC right now, GME probably has the potential to go to $1,000. And we talked about when this happened in 1902. Now calculate in inflation. A stock in 1902 was being suppressed below $40, right? The naked short selling going below $40 there, suppressing the stock in a railroad company in 1902. And there was no inflation at that point, right? There was no, well, I guess technically, were we on the gold standard at that point? So that would mean the money now is like $50,000 for every $1,000. Your meme stock initiation video last week was wild as hell. That Roaring Kitty Matrix video was a bit more my style. You do you, though. Yeah, I know. I was like, if you didn't know, like some of that type of music I like to listen to when I work out, and that's one of my favorite hype songs for when I'm just like, that's the thing. Like if I have a bad trade, I'll turn on that song, I'll get a little pissed off, and then I'll start to analyze, right? I like to say, emotion is a powerful tool if you can control it. And so that's one of my tools. That's one of my like little ways to control it is I listen to a song, I get hyped, and then it makes me think of like what I can actually do to hurt the other person. How can I punch back? Nvidia is trading like we all be in Jensen's slaves sometime soon just for fun. Yeah, Nvidia is trading like it's going to absolutely take over the world, and it's technically an AI company. So, like you say, what type of company could actually take over people's minds, take over the world, take everyone's jobs? It's an AI company, so it's kind of weird. But I think the stock split. I just don't think that it's going to. I don't think it's going to remain above 1,000 for very long. And then once the stock split happens, I don't think it remains above 100 for very long. It doesn't mean it's a bad company. It doesn't mean it can't build up after we drop down by 62%. Or maybe I'm wrong, and that's perfectly fine because we still pay attention to the signals and we trade like water on this channel. So we are open to being wrong, and that's why we manage our trades. That's why we manage our risk. I had to chug some coffee for a second. Hopefully no one heard me absolutely gulping. Qualcomm. Okay, can I type? Qualcomm was one that had all the divergences in here, but look at that. It never confirmed it. First of all, on the 2-hour. Did it confirm one on the 30-minute? No, it didn't. So no reason to take the trade yet. This is obvious flagging, right? Obvious flagging. So what you want to see is that divergence actually confirm. And you would still maybe be holding this divergence here if that fades early on in the day. But you'd have to say this is not the best setup, right? You'd have to say this is something very maybe manipulated at this point. So you would say this is something that maybe I don't really want to deal with. When you go and look at, let's see, I think it's like Apple seeing this bounce up today, right? We talked about this one. This was the trade setup that we gave on Patreon last week in our update video. So if you do join the Patreon, that's down in the description as well. You'll get the weekly ranges for these individual stocks. And you'll get a weekly update video that tells you these trade setups for those stocks that we do cover on this channel and anything that we see that's interesting. So I do talk about gold, silver, AMC, GME, you know, interesting stuff. If I see anything, pretty much I put it out there, and I'm trying to be very blunt, especially on Patreon. I think it's time for the little guys to win. I think it's time for the retail to start winning, and that's why I encourage you, please like the video. Let's get more retail traders who can learn about this technical analysis, who can learn about risk management and managing a trade, so that more of them can start to win and play this stupid little game called the stock market that is obviously rigged. So what do I think is happening here for Apple? Well, now we're making another divergence point. So our risk management would have got us out right around here at 188 after this short position. We should be pretty much 100% out at 188. Okay, and then this curls up. What's happening here? Well, what if we create that divergence right away? So now I need to pay attention to my weekly expected moves and things like that. Let me get those up real quick. Let me just manage some stuff real quick while we're waiting here so that I can be fully set up for the day. Before the open, we got 11 minutes. Okay, cool. Wow, I've talked fast. I thought it was going to be like definitely open by now. Hey, my last video did pretty good. That's good. I had to cut that video short. I had to go take care of baby girl. So thank you guys so much for liking that video. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for pushing that video. It really is something that I think people need to be aware of, these signals. And if they went back and watched the Saturday video, that's going to be a great thing as well. Okay, let's see here. Weekly ranges. We need to get those weekly ranges up as well. I got excited and hopped on before I was fully set up. All right, weekly ranges. There they are. Okay, we're going to get out of this. 100 people watching today. Triple digits. Let's go. Last time we got to 200, though. Last time we got to 200. That's my own video. Do I go watch my own video and like it? Yeah, I do. Sue me. All right, weekly ranges here. Apple. Okay, so Apple does have some good. Apple's already at its weekly range almost at the beginning of the week. You still have a little bit of room, just barely to the upside here, but this is telling you like, hey, very early on in this week, the earliest on in this week we could get pretty much Tuesday. What are we seeing? We're seeing a 2-hour pop all the way up to that daily expected move up in this area. What are we going to notice here? Well, if that curls back down, where are you going to be? You're going to be really close to the center line. Really close to the center line. I think we mentioned this in yesterday's video. When you're really close to the center line, good probability of going negative, right? Because you're closer to the center line, right? A little bit less probability. This was a rejection. Now you get another point here maybe, and then you're really, really close. So this is going to be something that I might put in today's update video on Patreon if it doesn't happen while we're live. So it does pay to tune in every single day live, right? Because you get this type of information live, because sometimes I can't... I won't be logged off, but to put it on Patreon. But Apple looks like a great trade setup. This is something that I would put on Patreon for sure. Now, it doesn't mean like, oh, take it right away. It means make sure the signals are doing the right thing so that you have the trade set up, right? As of right now, you don't have the trade set up. We need to open up. We need to maybe go above that. Then you have a 68% chance for a drop, and you have a 2-hour divergence, which likes to roll around the daily. Has the daily rolled over yet? No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. And the daily, you're still up there in positive territory, so this could overall be a pullback. This could overall be a pullback, right? And we pull down to the center line, we turn right back around. And then we see an upward move, and then we create some kind of divergence up here, getting us a little bit closer to the center line. So be open to multiple scenarios. It's trading like water. It's what we encourage you to do on this channel. And I believe Nvidia is making an upward move. How high is that going? Nvidia going all the way up to 1100. Oh god, 1100 is where all those calls are. So people might take profit on that. Remember, Nvidia is very manipulated, very hard to trade. It's right at its weekly expected move. It needs to go a little bit higher, but it's pretty much there. So Nvidia could see weakness right away this morning. And let's go see, are those meme stocks holding up? Because that's what I think would really crash this market. Actually, let's look at Bitcoin too. Bitcoin about to cross down on the daily, but we were talking about a 4-hour here curling up and going positive. You notice it's struggling to remain positive. That's the problem with Bitcoin. You need to remain positive here. You keep curling over, but you don't want to go negative either, so it's still making a decision right here for Bitcoin. And Ethereum has that news, but guess what? Ethereum has a 4-hour divergence here. You guys know when I talk about crypto, I like 4-hour charts and 2-hour charts. I don't look at 30 minutes. And what could this do? It could roll over the daily here. What happens if this daily would actually roll over? Well, it'd be right here. It'd be very close to negative territory. So this, I know everyone's hyped on Ethereum, but pay attention to your signals, because if they start to show you weakness, you can't get too involved with being bullish or bearish on something. You have to say, if you're trading this, if you're holding it in the long term, okay, cool. You know, you're making your own decisions. That's perfectly fine. But I would just say pay attention to times of weakness if you are trading, because if this crosses down, you do have the potential to go negative here. The cool part about Ethereum was you had a bunch of divergences down at these lows for this pop. And this bar right here told you to get in at about $3,000. And then look at that, you go up $900 there. So very, very good move for that one. Let's see, gold. Gold's seeing a strong bounce. See, that daily divergence is there, but it's brief. And this is why I'm kind of thinking a 2-hour lower high is very possible for gold here. AMC just sitting at 505, was able to curl up on the 30-minute, right? Was able to curl up. We talked about this all the time. We talked about it plenty of times, how AMC actually looks a little bit better than GME just because it's already positive. It's already positive here. So that is a very good sign for AMC. GME, you can notice it wasn't positive fully. Now it is trying to go positive early this morning. Can it remain there? That's going to be the big question. Sure, my positions are all good. All good. Volatility. Sorry, I'm just managing my trades for a second here. 30 minutes still looks good. So there's no reason for me to be worried yet. What am I going to see here? Probably a 5-minute divergence. Look at that. But we're getting close to center line. We might see another bounce up. So my VIX play might print soon. Remember, I was scaling in at 12.12 with that bounce up right around here. And then now I'm looking to scale in again, but I'm just going to leave that money on the side for now. I haven't scaled in the third and fourth position, which at this point I'm just going to take a pretty big position on the third and fourth one. But if it gives me the opportunity to. All right, what are you guys chatting about? Is Dell going up? Wait, let me look from the top here. Hit the like button, everyone. Thanks to Boosta. I'm calling it. You'll be at like 1K live viewers once the market turns down in the next month or two. Hey, I'm down with that. That sounds like fun. At that point, if there's the chat going nuts, I'm going to put a supporter thing in, or possibly do some kind of membership. That way we can have the people who have been here since the beginning, make it a small price. That way people are we get some spammers in here every once in a while, and that's very annoying. But I'll try to keep up with the chat the best I can. If we start to see an uptick, and my channel is going up pretty good these days, so and that's you guys, by the way. That's you guys. Like, my channel would not go up if, one, I wasn't helpful, and two, you guys weren't smashing that like button and saying, hey, I not only want to, and that's the good part. Really, your attitude should be you want everyone to be successful. You should not wish badly on anyone unless it's someone that is rigging the market, in my opinion. How was my Memorial Day? Very good. It's very nice on Memorial Day because I got to have some quiet time for a few minutes just to kind of think for a second. And I have, uncles who have passed away who were in Vietnam. I have my grandpa who was in World War II, and his plane actually crashed down in Germany in World War II. And I didn't get to meet him. So it's nice to just have a day where you kind of reflect and think about that and just be thankful, because if I really think about my grandpa, I didn't even meet him, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So very good man. He actually started one of the first telephone companies in my city. He was like the one who spearheaded and started the telephone companies in my city, which is very, very cool. Apple's already coming down. Yeah, so that's a pre-market thing. Why am I on volatility? We need to go look at Apple or something, guys. If you notice, my mouse is messing up. I was using my my wife's mouse, and it is way, way better. And I'm going to order one. I promise you, I am going to order one within the next week. Okay, within the next week. By Sunday, I will order a new mouse. That way I don't talk about it anymore. What will be the 100 Nvidia versus 165 AMD? Well, so still, even though Nvidia is going to be 100, its market cap is going to be insane. I think AMD, I think it's going to be like the dot-com bubble, and there's going to only be like 3 standing. It's 3 standing, meaning I think AMD or, you know, something like that would more so go away. So you're going to start to find out, kind of like the dot-com bubble, what can actually fight through those times. Nvidia is one of those. B-52 Navigator, that's sick. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's what my grandpa flew, and his actually got shot down in Germany, and he crashed down in Germany and was by himself for like months in Germany. And he ended up accidentally crashing down into a portion of Germany where they actually liked Americans. So he was a big godly man, big faithful man, big family man, and I think that paid off for him, and gotta bless him for that, because he could have easily ended up somewhere very, very dangerous. Okay, so Apple already fading the move. We'll have to see. This still can go make it in real time on the 2-hour. So what do I want to notice? I want to pay attention to anything that is happening across the board at this point. AMC, oh my gosh, the AMC options are kind of going insane here. The AMC option went up 300% to start the day, up towards, oh my gosh, it's kind of crazy. So we'll pay attention to these types of things, but the 2-hour signal, what we're overall paying attention to here, the SPY, paying attention to this as well as we are going up towards that daily expected move. So the 2-hour still has to curl up to see positivity. 2-hour still has to curl up to see positivity. All right, I'm going to manage some trades here for just a brief moment, and then we'll get back to it. You guys shout anything out if you see it as a little bit fishy. I just finished managing this stuff and we're done. Then I can get back to chatting. XLU making the upward move, right? So we could see some upward move here. So I'd be looking for a 2-hour divergence on XLU, by the way. I think that's a very good opportunity. All right, let's get back to the chat for a second. Nice. Okay, good. Dow Jones cross down. Yeah, and the Dow makes that move a lot of the time first, okay? So something about the Dow that we were paying attention to was when it started to run up like this, it actually was running up before the market was really running up like this. The market kind of going sideways for a while, and then it started to pop. So the market being the SPY and the Qs. This right here, the Dow showing you, hey, I have a double top divergence here on the 2-hour. Not the best, though, so it is looking like some kind of pullback maybe. But what can we notice here? The daily is able to cross. So we'd have to say, you know, if this is going to hold as some point of divergence across the way here, well, then we want this to go negative. Notice that when we go negative, what do? We flip back to positive within like 3 weeks. You need that to remain negative, see major downside there. But the Dow called the last move higher. Now it's saying dramatically lower. Where's the SPY? It's higher. The other things to pay attention to is TLT. There might be a flight to that. This looked like on the 30-minute, we had some kind of divergence here, and it was able to go positive at this moment. Now, this looks very flaggy, so this is the type of thing you want to look for if you're going to get screwed out of a trade, right? So you see the divergence down here, you take a play. Okay, if this crosses down, this is going into negative territory, so there's no reason to say upside until that turns back around. That's kind of how I manage my trades, but you can get very in-depth info about that. It's $100 for the course. It's down in the description for just 3 more days. And we tell you exactly how to manage your trade on multiple time frames, being the 30-minute, 2-hour, and the daily scale if you take a trade based on any of those time frames. Yes, Dell. I saw someone mention Dell. Let's go take a peek at that real quick. And I'm going to keep up my volatility play on my other screen here. Okay, so it looks like, what are we noticing here about Dell? And that is not a weekly range, by the way. That is not a weekly range. That was just a resistance there. We pop up, 30-minute crosses up. This is something that can fade very quickly and not cross up on the MACD because you didn't have much room on the R side. Now you have triple divergence. Dell's looking weak here. Well, if that triple divergence can actually start to turn back down on this MACD, you would say it's a rejection triple divergence. And then if it curls down this 2-hour right away, then you're looking bad, because if this 2-hour can curl down, look at the divergences there. Okay, so Dell not looking good as of right now from the momentum perspective. This is a, we're thinking about these things, we're contrarian technically until this goes negative, but this is where you can see reversals in overall upside moves. Daily side, what do we notice here? Well, it curled way up. You still have a divergence way across the way here. It probably looks better on the weekly scale. If you see a weekly divergence like this, no, that thing's just screaming higher. So Dell probably is one of the stocks that is manipulated higher, just like Nvidia. And this probably could get ugly for Dell. I would be very cautious when you see something just exponentially growing, right? Exponential growth. Not necessarily the best sign to get into a move. If anything, you would say right here was where you get into the move, right around 130, 129. Okay, you see these curls up in positive territory. That's more so where you would want to start to take upside plays. This is not where you really want to take an upside play, according to all of my strategies. The dollar, someone did ask about this. The thing I'm paying attention to for the dollar is a 4-hour divergence and holding up at my trend line. So we marked off this location here. What did we say when we started to drop off on the dollar? Hey, we're probably heading to this zone. We went to the zone, we went down in it, and then we curled back up. There you go. So this zone proving to be very important again, right? It's very important area. Now, this is a sketchy time where if the dollar really starts to drop off, that's kind of scary, because it's like, are we experiencing the dollar is going to die? Like, really? That is potential there. So what am I paying attention to going forward? Just seeing if the dollar can turn back up. You notice it's closer to the center line. It's closer to going into a positive trend and going stronger into a positive trend, right? We trickle into this positive trend here, and then we sell back off, but now we're close there. If we see a strong move, take out this level on the MACD, take out this high, go make a new one. It's not going to be a good thing. It's not going to be a good thing if the daily can turn up here. But if a 4-hour divergence shows up, that would be cool. We've been very good at calling these levels for the dollar. Remember, down in this area, we marked off 106.49 and 105.65. So these are the areas that we were paying attention to back here. Now we're paying attention to our zone. Volatility still scaling up. The way things look right now, I might do my last scale in and manage the trade and just be selling like half of my position if I see that start to curl back down using my risk management. Dang it, this setup is not good. I can't wait to get my desk. I'm gonna take another play. You know what? I might buy some more AMC. What can I buy AMC for? Let's just do this. I know I said I wasn't going to buy any more AMC, but I feel like it. Alrighty. Let's get out of that. All right. So now that we are fully scaled into our positions, oh, good, I'm glad I did. Now it's starting to pop a little bit. So I'm just paying attention if this daily can turn up for volatility. The reason I kind of scaled in was like, hey, the daily has a good shot to turn up right here. Still has to go positive. Still has to go positive. We do have the opportunity. I think this is the most likely scenario at this point. I think that's the most likely scenario. But am I trading based on that scenario? No, I'm just paying attention to this move, and then I pay attention here, and then I get back in for the bigger move if something like that happens. But XLU will pay close attention to this. Still giving red impressions as of right now. Did it curl up on the 2 hour? Not just yet, but I think it will, and some kind of 2 hour divergence is going to pop up here. Some kind of 2 hour divergence popping up here would make total sense. We're right by the center line. We create a steep divergence. Like, it would be very, very cool to see that. All right, let me chat with you guys for a little bit. Made 1K. I'm done. Well done, Miles. Could you look at Google for possible downside? Yes, we can. We can look at Google. Now, Google here, this is a strong move. 2 hour curls up, positive territory. What would I say? I would say, hey, yeah, we're going to test the high and go make a new one, right? So what am I paying attention to now? Well, if this curls up, I'm not necessarily paying attention to upside. The way the market looks right now, I think I could take a month out position for some downside and make some money, right? I'm playing volatility right now. So what am I looking at for Google? Oh my goodness. I am looking for maybe a double top, maybe some kind of divergence to prove itself up in this area. I think that that would be very telling. And then I can say, hey, if I see that divergence, I have a good likelihood for this daily to turn down even more. So maybe even the daily side move make like some kind of small divergence. One that I did want to pay attention to, let me look at this on a 30-minute real quick. Okay, so 30 minutes still close to the center line. So if this curls over at any time, I would say it might be game over for Google if this move fails. That would be not a good thing, but a 2 hour divergence looks very likely here, just so you know. Amazon, this one here had the triple divergence. This looks like a good move. This is why I'm kind of convinced we're going to head up towards the top side weekly expected move sometime in the next like day. I think that we'll head up there because look at that triple divergence. That leads to a trend reversal. Right now, the trend is negative, but that can flip around with a triple divergence on a 30-minute. So what do I want to see for a little bit more confirmation here to hold on to that move? 2 hour curling up, and this has a pretty good probability of being a lower high if we get some kind of pop. If we get some kind of pop like this, then we get the lower high. That would be very telling going forward. Nvidia going crazy. This is where that weekly expected move is. You're already outside of it. I'm just assuming that people are still trying to short this. I'm going to pull up Max Payne. This is what I'm saying. You never want to front run the short, right? You never want to front run things because all they have to do is put their algorithm to work. We already had Citadel come out. Oh, that's economic data. We don't want that. We already had Citadel come out and say they have rocket scientists that built their algorithm. So it's not even a person doing the market making anymore. It's an algorithm that literally calculates how to rip off the most retail traders. So you're probably going to see some weird price action this week and next week with all of that CAT system and the FINRA coming out. Yo, Max Payne has been messed up. I do know this. The PCC was at a reading of 1. So someone was trying to short this early on. Hasn't necessarily opened up yet, but remember, they were trying to front run the short right after Nvidia earnings. This is right after Nvidia earnings. You can't front run it. They're just going to use your money. They're just going to keep taking your money and frustrate you, especially if you're going 0 DTE. AMD, what are you doing? There's that fade again. 30-minute curls up by the center line. If that gives up there, I think that might be the moment this actually starts to break down. You're seeing the bigger swings as volatility goes up a little bit here. XLU on the 30-minute, if that can curl back down, then we're going to see a further pullback. Let's look at our GME and our AMCs here. We're seeing this move fade. We know that they do not want this to go up, okay? So this is where we're talking about, like, you know, if you really wanted to treat it like a trader, you know, 5-minute trades do work for stocks like this. AMC was at all the way up here towards 5.0. 507, 506 to open the day. Now it's curling back down. We'll see this beat down like this maybe and then curl back up. We'll have to find out. But 30 minutes still positive in positive territory. So no reason to really say like, hey, dramatic downside. 15 minute, no reason to get out of any kind of play until this curls back down. Then you would say, okay, now I'm waiting for that to curl back up. I'm going to leave AMC up on my other screen. I think that'd be fun. I really want to get another monitor too. I think a triple monitor would be dope. Because especially since I'm live, there's so much to pay attention to. I'm getting a TV down here. It's going to be behind me and I'll like have random stuff on it, I think, while we're live. GME fading, maybe going to grab liquidity. AMC really starting to fade this move now. We expect this. I would say if there's any craziness, we're going to see it by end of day. Look at this move. Oh, this is fantastic. I mean, not going to be able to turn up on the 2 hour just yet. It doesn't mean we can't, but there's kind of your indication of, uh-oh, there might be weakness up in this move. 30 minute curls down, goes negative here. This is the kind of signal that this was all a trap. And that's why we called out the video and said, hey, Trap Tuesday. Tesla breaking down. So this is what you got to be scared with Apple right now, is if that curls down, look at that. Now it just has to go negative. It's still positive, guys. Yes, it crossed over. You're still oh, no, it's trying to cross over, right? So you need this to go negative for Tesla to really beat this low and head towards the next one. Where's that weekly expected move for Tesla? It's lower than this, I'm going to tell you that. The weekly expected move is lower than where we're at right now. It's a little bit lower, maybe a few percent. Oh, Nvidia, you going to fade that move below your weekly expected move? I wonder if this 30-minute divergence is going to make you fail. I wonder if this is the trap we were talking about. Oh, look at that. AMC just drops dramatically while Nvidia heads higher. It's almost like the market's rigged. Perfectly fine, though. Like I said, we're managing risk. So there's like, once you start to get really good at managing risk, the real big fear comes out of the market for you. Let me pull up the chat here. S&P down, AMD. I'm shorting Nvidia. Just started the position, not even stressed at all. And that's perfectly fine. Just manage the trade, guys. Make sure, Johnny, to keep thinking in your head about that video you just watched in the course. Very, very helpful video put out over the weekend. You get the full course, and I'm adding to it too. And know that when you buy the course, you don't have to buy that extra content. I just put it out there. Right now, Nvidia doing pretty much what we expect, is being manipulated higher, and then right when everyone thinks that this thing cannot go down, it's going to go down because the algorithm's going to say, oh, all the retail people bought calls. Now we can short the crap out of this. We could sell all our positions. Really push this thing down. So be right back. Coffee time, dude. Coffee time. Yes. I'm going to chug mine real quick. Oh, yeah. Let's go look at the dollar for you, Mark, before I sip my coffee, because someone was saying the dollar is screaming. Now, make sure here, first of all, yeah, 30-minute triple divergence. We don't pay attention to 30 minutes too much. You need the 2 hour to curl back up first. So the 2 hour is going to be very important here. You need this to curl up and go positive. Now, I would say the 4 hour is the most important because it's closer to the center line. If that just curls up, it's going to be right here, which means very, very likely to take out this high and make a new one. And I think that this will be the moment that we actually see some bad things happen. Volatility, we noticed some similar things, you know, seeing that pop in volatility. So this is not looking very good for the market at this point, and I'm glad that we called it out, especially over the weekend. Dow could see a bounce soon. It's by the why am I looking at 4 hour charts? God dang it. 2 hours below the center line then, and we could see some kind of lower high in this area. So don't think that this has to be ripped away all in one swoop, right? Doesn't all have to go away right away. What are we noticing down here on the 30-minute? We do have some divergence forming on the RSI. Not on the MACD yet, okay? Not on the MACD yet. So what could happen here? Well, what if we just kind of play around and then we see a drop and then we get some kind of bounce? That is something that can happen. Don't think that we can't bounce, guys. Don't think that we can't bounce. I think we're going to get a crash in the form of a bear market. Bear market, we get some big squeezes. We get some big squeezes. So the course is really where that strategy, and the course the option strategy I give, is really good in a bear market, especially if you can manage that risk a little bit and you can use smaller amounts because you're going to make plenty of money. You can make 100 or 200% almost every single week. So if we go into a bear market, that's what I'd be looking out for. And that course only $100 for 3 more days. Any more dramatic stuff? Palo Alto. Ooh, that's got a divergence for sure, dude. Ooh, steep divergence here. Not able to go negative yet. This is a big downward move. What does that look like on the 2-hour? Yeah, so do you see the 2-hour here? This is a huge weakness sign in Palo Alto. Now, it's still contrarian until that goes negative. That's first of all. But if this confirms, you want to see if that heads lower and goes negative and then crosses over this daily, which is not the farthest away from negative territory, right? So what can we see here? Now, there is potential for a higher low in this overall move. I want you to pay attention to that. Now, if Palo Alto is telling us something, and we talk about XLU as well and how it likes to make that divergence, what if Palo Alto does this and then sometime in June or July, what if we do something like this real quick, pop back up, June or July, that starts to happen? Pretty much we want to pay attention to the next 30 days, but it could take a little bit longer to form. So we just want to make sure to be on our toes. Look at this. Nvidia still, right now, you would say on the 5-minute, it's trying to hold above its weekly expected move, which means it can keep squeezing. Don't think it can't. Really, there was no reason to take the trade yet. 30 minutes still green right here. Until that says weakness, I can't take a trade on it. That's just how I do things. I react. I don't try to guess. I respect you, Johnny, for trying to take it early, but just know that taking the shorts early is what caused another gap up here, most likely. I'm still waiting for that max pain to actually load. There we go. Yeah, so it has almost a 0.91, which if for something to really be heavy to the call side, you want at about 0.7, 0.75. That would be heavy to the call side. So this would actually be people shorting on the front side. And we have a lot of calls at 1100. So taking profit if we go a little bit higher most likely will happen. You also got some calls at 1150 and 1200 as well. Your put wall is at 1,000. So you do have the potential to react all the way down to 1,000 and see a bounce. And then maybe that's ripped away. We'll manage this throughout. AMC dropping down. Do this real quick. All righty then. All right, what do you guys want to pay attention to right now? What's everyone looking for? I'm here for it. Let's go. You ready to sleigh ride? I sing the most random songs to my daughter. I sing Christmas tunes to my daughter, and she really loves it. So, if you guys didn't know, I have she'll be 4 months in about 4 or 5 days. Tesla? Yeah, we can go look at Tesla. Tesla seeing that downward move here, did not cross on this MACD yet, so don't be fooled, right? If you take the course, you'll know exactly what to do here, how you could not be screwed if this starts to go up, right? If you took a position here for the downside, you know exactly what to look for here. Right now, you could be creating some kind of double bottom. Look at the 15-minute here. We have a double bottom down here, and it's already in positive territory. So this would actually be an indication that we might see upside. We might see upside if this can turn back to positive. So I'd really be paying attention to these next few bars. Now that direction is chosen, so that likelihood for this being a double bottom with this gap down, a little bit low. So I still need confirmation of some downside here. I need a red bar on this histogram, and then I need this to go negative, right? So I need a red bar to print right here, and then I need the MACD to really go negative. The RSI already confirming it. but I don't want to front run anything, and I've already gone down 2.37%. So I don't necessarily think this is the best trade setup to go down, but we do have a weekly expected move that's just a little bit lower. Somewhere around. It's just a barely lower though. Actually, we went down towards it. Let me double check that. Am I wrong? Where's that weekly expected move? Oh, no. It's lower than that. Okay, it's even lower than that. Weekly expected move, a little bit lower than that, guys. Remember, when I hover my mouse over an area and I say it's a little bit lower, sometimes that's a hint. A little bit lower than that, guys. All right, AMD, let's go check on that real quick. Starting to fade that move. Remember, we just want to pay attention to a lot of put call volume, and right now we're seeing calls trickle in, 0.83, but really you want that to get to 0.7 before you say, okay, now puts are starting to get cheaper for that algorithm to be with you. You just want to kind of like think of it like this. We're kind of like paying attention to what the algorithm would do while we're looking at the trade setups and while managing the trade. If you do that, it's like your likelihood of getting all your money lost is not good, right? The probability of you winning is going to be higher, and you're going to catch the overall bigger move. So if I was paying attention to this, I would probably just see if this 2 hour can actually curl up once and then curl back down. This is another point of divergence, and if this starts to reject, that's going to be very bad. And if we lose 160.83, it might be game over for AMD. Dollar trying to turn up here. Dollar trying to turn up here. Volatility still remaining higher. My volatility play looking good. I'm glad I scaled in again. Hell yeah. See if anything else. Oh, wait, let's look at this guy. Everyone's losing their mind about this one. Yeah, and look at that, 2 hour positive territories right there. Actually, Faraday Future Intelligent Electric FFIE, it could actually see a positive move if we can curl up on this 2 hour. It's still in positive territory. Let's look at the 30 minute. See the 30 minutes trying to go positive right here? And they don't want it to happen because then you're going to see a huge run up. So this is where you can really start to see a big run up. If we look all the way back here, once we start to go positive, boom, somewhere around 0.04, then that run up starts to happen. Oh, golly gee willikers, what's happening here? AMC really suffering. They do not want AMC to go up. This thing was looking very, very good. We're managing the trade at this point. If that curls over on the 30 minute and goes negative, we could see downside. Remember, 437 was kind of my line in the sand for this one. I want to pay attention if this 15 minute crosses over. I can get out of any positions, see that curl right back up, and I'm back in that position. We talked about this over the weekend. So if you really want to learn how we're looking at this, and I know I do it very quickly live, we do it multiple times for 40 minutes in our course, right? In our course, that's down in the description, $100 for 3 days, but we do it in the description, in the course, sorry. And this really could just turn down, turn right back up, and then that's the moment. You always just want to be managing that risk, because if this thing just starts to drop dramatically, you don't want to be in that side. You want to see it drop dramatically and turn right back around, then you can be in that play. That's how I would do things. Bitcoin down 2.4% now. Oof, 2 hour went negative. Did the 4 hour cross and go negative? It is. Shoot, Bitcoin, you might be in trouble, dude. Bitcoin might be in trouble, guys. SPY and the keys flipped to negative. Nvidia still screaming positive. See, it's going to be manipulated. We got to pay attention to a 30 minute on the SPY now. Still don't get fooled. Still think, you know, they could just force this thing up. You just want to be managing all of those trades. Dang, this option went up. Option went up 600%, and within 2 minutes, it was back down to where it was. That's wild. Only had a 2 minute window to make 600% there. That's crazy. What are you guys watching? I bought AMD for $5 a year ago, made money. Nice job, Scott. Very good. Can you take a look at IWM? Yeah, we can. These aren't the correct weekly. Oh, maybe they are. Let me go look. Let me make sure these are the correct weekly expected moves here for IWM. Yeah, let me update these. You guys can get these too. A lot of the indices I like to give, now the individual stocks are on the Patreon down in the description. Okay, there we go. A little bit smaller range. Notice it's at this low. So what I'm looking for, 30-minute crosses down, not going to be a good sign, and maybe we do see a crazy thing happen here for IWM. But as of right now, 30 minutes curled up. Is the 2 hour able to curl up would be the other indicator to pay attention to, the other time frame. So if that 2 hour can turn up, yeah, we can see an upward move. So you kind of have a way up and a way down right now. 30-minute down, 2 hour up, and that's how you really have to pay attention to it. 2 hours still negative. 30-minute, I believe, still negative, right? Yeah, 30-minute trying to go positive, not able to do it. SPY trying to stay positive, not able to do it just yet. Qs still positive. We'll see if that confirms downside. Still want to pay attention to how we can get screwed, right? Still want to pay attention to how we can get screwed. HYG flipped negative. Ooh, high yield growth. High yield growth has been saying, hey, there's a disparity between smart money and dumb money. That's how you know also that retail is holding most of the bag at this point. Volatility up 4% now. Very good. Just means bigger swings, though. What was I looking at? What did I want to look at? Oh, I wanted to go peek at Nvidia again. AM Dizzle hasn't crossed over on a 30-minute yet. Nvidia hasn't crossed over on the 30-minute yet. So once this crosses over, that's more the trigger at that point. All right, what you guys chatting about? Amazon looks pretty good to buy right now. What do you guys think? Yeah, Amazon does. Who said that? Cent. Amazon looks okay, but you're not getting the confirmed move yet, so you have to be a little patient. Okay, patience pays off. Okay, we talk about patience in the course as well. It's a big, big part of trading. You have to be patient for these moves. This is a triple divergence on a 30-minute. That is a great, great signal if it can confirm. It hasn't confirmed yet. We're still seeing the market just really start to suffer here. So you want to make sure that you are being patient, okay? You do not want to be the one who says this has to go up and then it just escalates down in negative territory. You're not oversold yet. Now that's creating that divergence for you. So if this would cross up, it's going to cross up right here. And then you have a weekly expected move if you're part of the Patreon. So you know exactly how high that's supposed to go this week. So glad I got out of my longs last week. Good call. Also crushed a Chainlink trade over the weekend. That's what's up. Your mom's basement. He's in it, and he's making money down there on Chainlink. Unless you're a woman, then she's making money in your mom's basement. Silver and gold are screaming downside. Let's go check on gold for a moment here. See if that confirmed. Remember, the 30-minute pop, I said this has a high likelihood of getting some kind of lower high. And if you really want to talk about it, look at this. If I create this and I go like that, look at that line right there. What do we have? We have a little left shoulder. We have a big head. And then we have that right shoulder forming right now. So if this could confirm more downside, yeah, what's going to happen? Negative territory, right? We don't have a big divergence down here on a 30-minute. So I'm not convinced this has to bounce. So if this just curls over, it's going to curl over right about here. Boom, more downside is likely. And then most likely you head down to this area here. Most likely you do this, and then you retest, and then you go down a little bit further. So that's the most likely scenario I see playing out for gold. Let's go look at SLV. Let's go look at silver. Since the market's open now, we can pay attention to this. So you would say if the 2 hour is able to curl up, this could be a positive move. But is the 2 hour going to be able to curl up, right? I think it could. But as of right now, it's looking weak in that move. So if I took a 2-hour play down here and said, yeah, this is by the center line, I want to front run it, okay, I can look at a 30-minute or something and see if that crosses back down. And then I could say, okay, let me get out of this play because I don't want to be caught up in any kind of downside. And then I can just see if that turns right back up, right? We can just manage the trade. Is pretty much what I'm doing all the time right now. Like I said, the week is going to be crazy, so I got to manage these trades. Seriously? I'm not going to get my other buy on this one? Okay, so AMC did dip down on the 30-minute. So what does that mean for a trader? A trader would say, well, I don't want to be caught up in any kind of crazy downside, so I'm not going to force myself into this trade, right? I'm not going to force myself into this trade. Now I want to maybe look into a 15-minute. That's crossing over. If that goes negative, that's bad. So what you want to see is, if this bar prints, you still have 11 minutes. I would really just be patient on it. But if this bar prints and it goes down and then curls right back up, right? So if this just comes down for a moment, curls right back up, then you would actually have maybe a double bottom, okay? So this is what I'd pay attention to. Make sure this is not going negative at this point. The 30-minute, I believe, is negative, which is interesting. The 30-minute's negative and the 15 is not. So you need that 30-minute to curl back up. We just need some strength here. I got to manage this trade for a second, guys. I'm sorry, but this thing is being really, really wonky. I mean, at this point, sure. I'll replace it because this is ridiculous. Let me put it different. Pay an extra $200 for this thing now. So silly. No sense. I'm not doing it again. It's frustrating. Hey, sometimes the options market can be frustrating for me too, guys, but I'm just going to manage the crap out of this now. Ooh, okay, so this is a good indication too. 5-minute here. Curls down. If that can curl back up, that's when you could say, okay, now there's another reason, right? We said 5-minute charts are good to follow for these type of stocks. Look at this, 5-minute not able to curl down here, so that downside might be limited. Now on other stocks, though, we don't want to do that unless it's something that's being really short squeezed or something. Ooh, US oil, look at those divergences across a 30-minute, though. And this is a not regular trading hours, right? All right, let's go look at Google. Did it make that upward move? It's trying to. It's trying to, and I think it's possible. Nvidia is the only thing holding up this market now. Nvidia is literally, it's like, if Nvidia sells off, the market's going to sell off. I would be very cautious holding this stock at these prices. I am not personally going to hold this stock at this price. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I don't even care if this thing went to 2,000 over the next 2 days. It's like this is being a diligent trader. What's SMCI doing? Curls up, positive territories there. So 2-hour here looks good. AMD, 2-hour able to cross on AMD as of right now. So what does that mean? Now I'm looking for a 2-hour divergence, and I think that's going to be the trap set. We're still looking for this trap to fully form. Or am I shorting? I will never short AMC. I will never short AMC. I will never do that. Get into GME with me. The fundamentals should make up for what you're not seeing technically. No, I understand the fundamental side very, very well. That's why I front ran it. That was like kind of my scale in again. AMC saw a drop here. GME sees a drop here, so The only reason I'm not doing GME is because AMC technically looked better. I know that GME is the big dog, and this thing does have the potential to go to thousands of dollars. I've done the math. It has potential to go to thousands of dollars, but as of right now, this 2-hour crossing up, if AMC's 2-hour crosses up, it's in positive territory already, so I think this is the better opportunity as far as my trading strategy. Doesn't mean I don't believe in the GME movement. I will also teach you, how to look at technicals for GME. You really want the 30 minutes to go positive, right? It already did. It just went positive. Awesome. It's just now going positive. No reason to get out. 2-hour curls up. Okay, now you're being a contrarian. If that can go positive, then you would say, I'm holding on to this bad boy. And also I do have stock, right? I have stock in it that I'm just holding, by the way. It's not just an options play. Did Kashkari say something? I don't know. That dude says something bearish all the time. Which, hey, is fine with me. He's right. He's not wrong in saying that we might need a rate hike. We just got a PPI going up by 0.5 month over month, right? And we just totally ignore it in the market. That's why we put out the video saying everyone's going to tell you CPI is going to crash the market. It's not going to crash the market. We are most likely going higher. And that's what ended up happening. We still paid attention to both sides just in case, but we've gotten bad CPI and bad PPI so many times since 2022. And where are we at since 2022? We're higher. Has inflation gone down to 2%? No. So you would just say CPI is pretty worthless. It's pretty much always going to go up unless you see CPI go like ballistic. The most likely scenario is inflation is not going to be the thing that crashes the market. It's going to be having to cut because of banks or something like that is the most likely scenario. And something that can cause the banks to suffer and cause assets to suffer all around is GME and AMC if this would actually happen. In 1902, the market did crash because of this type of behavior here. Short sellers getting caught in something. Now I want to pay attention to volatility. Is the daily able to roll up? Look at that green impression. Look how it just plays out. Like, isn't that great? Isn't it great? We pay attention to it. We pay attention to it. We pay attention to it. Then we see the green bar on the red, right? Or on the daily scale. That's what we have to do. That's what we pay attention to on this channel. We see the signals. We keep going back and forth. We trade like water. And look at that. Now volatility has crossed up on its MACD. Pretty much right as we expect it to. And I'm in this move. I got into this move down towards these areas. There you go. SQQQ with the whale dude. Dude, that whale dude. Is that a whale? Or is that Squirtle? Because I have a Squirtle tattoo. Yeah, some of you guys are new. You haven't seen my Squirtle or my Stitch tattoo. That's right. I'm a grown man with a Squirtle and Stitch tattoo that his wife did in the basement. Awesome, man. Following tight. Yeah. So the Dow here still going down, crossed on the daily MACD. So on Friday, actually, you crossed down on that daily MACD. And then now you're seeing that continue. Now you're at the 50. Some kind of bounce could happen from here. Live trading in group. No, we don't really do live trade. So I don't like live trading, one, because I think I could get in big trouble for it because that's specifically showing you guys exactly what I'm doing. If I just mention what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and how it can be educational for you, I think that's a better way to not get in absolute trouble. But I'm pretty obvious about it. I don't tell you which ones I'm exactly trading in, like, say, the Patreon video every single week. But I did say multiple times last week when I put out the Patreon video, there are setups, but Apple is the best setup for downside. Apple is, and I said it like 10 times. So then all you have to do is I put it out during market hours. You go look, and then you go, oh, yeah, this does look like, you have to confirm it yourself. And then you push the buttons. At the end of the day, you're the one doing the actual work, and that's why you deserve all the credit if you have a winning trade. Congratulations, Miles, by the way, on your trade. How well do I think AMC is going to do? Jackson, it's hard to point that out. It's hard to really tell how much GME and AMC are going to go up. And the reason that that's difficult is because we don't know exactly how much is in it. Now, we know kind of a minimum. Most likely GME goes to 100, and on a minimum, I think AMC goes to $40 eventually. But if there's actual corruption, like to the extent that it's worse than the last time it happened, when Roaring Kitty was really pushing it. You actually do have a scenario if it's actually going to fully be taken out of the system, right? If all of the short sellers have to buy the stock in order to prove that they have the stock in order to short sell, right? Close out of those positions. Well, what would have to happen there? The stock actually could go to anywhere from like $1,000 to like $50,000 based on how bad it is. The Nvidia puts are not even going down, and they are valued high right now. What you want, you're going to see it flip eventually, and those puts are going to be a little bit cheaper than the calls as the retail traders start to buy calls. So the problem here is people are still front running. You only have a PCC of 0.86. Most likely that needs to be a little bit lower. 67.3, 65.6, 64, then complete C and H to near 100K. Is that about, oh shoot. Maybe my ADHD is kicking in, but what stock are you talking about? 65.6. Are you talking about like GME or something? Like it goes up to 100, then pulls back to 65, then just goes ballistic. So a lot of the time I will say that if you're talking about a meme stock, the first big pump up is a fake short squeeze so that they can convince people like, hey, it's done, this is it. That's why I think like GME has potential to go to like 100 over the next 2 weeks, and then it falls back down, and then the real move happens later. Apple should continue. I saw some people mention Apple, so let's go talk about this real quick. It doesn't have to continue yet. It doesn't have to do anything, right? It doesn't have to do anything. What do I notice? Well, 15-minute is still positive. No reason to say there's downside here just yet, right? There was for a moment here. Now that looks very controlled. We see the pop up. I still think you have a good likelihood to go create this 2-hour divergence. I still think it's going to be very obvious. I think they want people to push this higher, buy calls up here, and then see that ripped away. So I still think we're going to go outside of the weekly expected move upside, just because I think it doesn't mean it has to happen. Nice, bro. Very good. Like the style. Had to learn this technique. Yeah, learning this technique is, I wouldn't say it's like the most difficult. It's very diligent, and you have to really pay attention throughout your day. And I'm not shorting AMC. I'm longing it. Amazon's still trying to go up. Let's see Amazon for a second as well. Ooh, didn't cross on the 2-hour. Yeah, you need that extra confirmation. The 30-minute is to get in a little bit early before that 2-hour crosses over. It's looking not bad. It's looking not bad. We'll see if that kind of confirms, and then you want that to go positive. Well, I can't say nothing's 100% crazy, Pinay. Nothing is 100%. You have to realize this is a probabilities game. All they have to do is manipulate the market. They can push probably like 4 buttons and just cause the one stock that you're looking at to go down when you're saying it could go up. And that's where you want to manage that trade. Okay, so managing the trade is what we put out over the weekend. I know I've said it 100 times, but it literally is. You have to manage the trade. And if you do not know how to manage a trade, meaning know when you should get out and then when you should get back in, when you should get out and be like, hey, I don't want to be hurt by this move, when you should get out because you need to be taking profit, you probably need to go down in the link in the description. That video is going to help you a lot. It's only $100 for 3 more days to get that course. And I add to it, and you get to keep it forever. It's not like you take it once and then it goes away in a month. You keep it forever. It's a one-time thing. And then I do add to it as well. And you can get it for very cheap right now before that price goes up. Let's take a look here though. See this? This is strength here. Crosses up, you can be a contrarian, and then you just want to manage the trade. And that's, yeah, I'm going to keep saying that. I mean, it's one of the most important things to do. And you notice that I'm managing my trades a lot more today. Because today's price action is we have a potential for some kind of crash soon. So I have to really be on my toes and make sure nothing is going against me. I have volatility and AMC up on my other chart here. So if volatility starts to turn down on the 30-minute, I would say that's not the moment. It turns right back around. I go, okay. So what I'll do here is Technically I have 4 positions in this at this moment in volatility. And what I would do is if this curls down, I sell 2 of them. And then if that curls back up, then I can buy that position back with 2 of those position sizes. UPST, let's take a look. Good old Upstart. Upstart, first of all, you had this 30-minute divergence here, and this is a good example of why you have to manage a trade. Managing the trade, what you'll learn in the course is look at the divergence. It's really close to the center line. It could go positive. It doesn't. And so you need to know how to get out of this. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're taking it based on a 30-minute chart, we don't use the 30-minute chart to manage the trade. You don't use the 30-minute chart to manage the trade. Okay? But this here says weakness came in. I created divergences on the RSI. That's creating some kind of sideways or even some kind of bounce from the low here, 23 to 2370. Now we're seeing that fade again. I don't necessarily have any good reasons to take a trade here. 2-hour hasn't curled up. The 30 minutes still just wonky going sideways. So what I would say is for Upstart, what I would like to see in order to take a trade, and this is important when I say things like this, what I would like to see to take a trade means I will not take a trade on this unless I see this. That is how I do it. You have to have your 3 to 5 reasons. We talk about in the course, 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade. I give you my 3 to 5 reasons. I give you a bunch of reasons you can come up with that make a total sense. And you just want to make sure if I have 3 reasons, maybe I only put a little bit of money behind it. If I have 5 reasons, I can be confident with it and manage that trade. But if I only have 3 reasons, you're going to have to manage that trade a little bit closer. So for Upstart, what would I like to see? I would like this to curl down on the MACD and then do that. That's all I would like to see. If I see that and I look over and I see, oh, okay, we got some good liquidity, some good support here, right? Maybe we do bounce down to 22.22, right? So I can mark that off for myself and say, hey, around this area, I want to see if any kind of divergence forms. Maybe I go and before the week starts, I make a weekly range. That way I know, oh, Upstart is only supposed to go to $24. So if that goes to $24 early on in the week, I say, okay, this has a good probability to fade. I'm still in negative territory. I need to have multiple reasons to take the trade. Okay. One of those would be support. Maybe another one is divergence. Maybe another one is some other reason that you think is important with the stock. But I give you exactly in the course what I personally do. And it freaking works, man. So like I said, I'm trying to be blunt with you guys these days because I want retail to start to win. You know, the corruption that, you know, I used to think the market, and I said this like 2 weeks ago, I used to think the market was like, oh, 50% rigged. Now I think the market is 90% rigged. I actually think that people would be better traders than, you know, they say 90% of people lose money trading stocks, retail traders, that is. I think that that's because the market's manipulated. I think if the market wasn't manipulated, you guys do not sound unintelligent. I highly doubt you guys are taking that bad of trades and losing, right? I highly doubt you guys are buying a call right now on Nvidia saying this is going to go to $2,000. I highly fucking doubt it, right? What's happening is you're taking a play that makes sense and then they're manipulating it for an amount of time to trick you, and then you're not in the play, and that's when they make it happen. And therefore they take some of your money or they take all of your money or something like that. So that's what I believe. I think that the market is way more rigged than I originally believed. And therefore, I'm trying to be more blunt with you guys. I'm trying to put more helpful things in the course, more helpful things in the Patreon. I want retail to win because I'm retail. Right? I'm retail. I'm very honest about my trading, and I say, I am not rich by any means. I am just someone who is making money the slow way because the slow way is the fastest way to become rich by trading stocks. I make smart moves. I have multiple, I still work for a startup. I'm trying to make YouTube the thing that I can switch to, and I'm very passionate about YouTube. But as of right now, I have to do the startup job. That way I can continue to grow at the rate that I am growing. So would love for you guys to smash that like button. The more likes that I get, the more people we can get in here. Then I can, you know, make more than $7 a day on YouTube with the ad money. And then we can all, you know, watch stocks maybe even all day one day. Pulled out almost $500 out of these Ponzi markets on MBIO, and I'm happily going fishing. Hell yeah, go fishing. What kind of fishing do you like? what's it called? Troll fishing. I like troll. I think it's troll fishing. Oh, be careful. Okay, I know what you're thinking here. Oh shit! You just said you're getting out of MIBO. Okay, I'm not saying anything here. All I'm saying is if you're managing this trade and this 2 hour curls up into positive territory, we just had someone come in who completely gave up on this stock. I don't know if this has any corruption in it. That is a dramatic drop down. It's been suppressed for a very long time. But what would we say on this channel? We have another point of a multiple divergence. We have another point of divergence down here. We have the 2 hour that's close to the center line. If this curls up, I'm 100% cool with you saying, hey, I'm out of this. I'm going fishing. I respect that. If this goes up right here and you get a green impression, that is a contrarian signal that the trend could flip back to bullish. And Mustang Bio actually could go positive here. If Mustang Bio goes positive, well, let's go look at the last time it went positive. What ended up happening? Let's say on this run right here with a similar signal, right? 2 hour divergence. Okay, we see that cross up. There's your contrarian indication. What happens? It goes up from here. Now, this isn't financial advice by any means. You have to learn about these things. I highly encourage you to take the course if you're, buying a position or not getting out of a position right here. You need to take the course to get better at trading. But if you just want to go fishing, that's perfectly fine with me. I respect you for it. This here is, if this crosses up and goes positive, you might see this thing go very positive. I'll put it that way. Walleye, crappie, smallmouth, bass. Yeah, see, I don't, I'm not one of those fisher people. I don't like fish all the time. I just really like, I think it's troll fishing, where you just like ride a boat real slow and sit there and drink beer, and just once you get a tug, you go for it. But I love that style, and that's all I really do. Smash the like. Thank you, Sean. Really do appreciate it. What's up, dude? BK just joined. Good morning, BK. BK, are you from a different country or something? You got to get up earlier. You need to be in here at 8:30, my dude. Well, 8:30 for me. You need to be here at market open. Make smart moves, never lose, never sell. I would say never sell. No, I don't know how to phrase that correctly, but make smart moves is probably a very good thing to do. How to make smart moves is harder to learn at first if you have bad habits. I would say this, if you were in this play because you see the divergence, this made total sense. Look at this for this MBIO. Look at that pop. Okay, now you need to learn how to manage the trade, because if you look on a 30-minute here, the management of this trade told you to get out probably somewhere around 30 cents. Probably somewhere around this bar right here. The 30-minute told you to get out. You didn't. You thought this thing would go ballistic. All you have to do is get out. Look at that. Get back in. And if you want to say, hey, this has potential to squeeze, I don't want to miss out on anything, then leave some runners, but take most of the money out. You'll still make plenty of money if this actually squeezes. Now, the 2 hour is going to curl up. And if it goes positive, you might be a little pissed off. Sorry about that, though. I wish I could go fishing right now. Fishing sounds fun. Is this a good spot to buy AMD? Overall, based on what Nvidia is doing, you could see a rotation in AMD. Right now, you would say, hey, 2 hour crossed up, positive territories there. If you're part of the Patreon, you have a weekly range that you can play. Where's that weekly range at? Okay, it's a little bit higher than here, so you could target a weekly range somewhere in this area and then see that thing start to head up. But right now, you're having that indication of another move higher. I think we're going to get some kind of divergence here, and that's going to be quick. So if you're taking any upside plays, even Amazon, AMD, Nvidia, even though I don't know why you would take more upside, any upside plays right now, unless it is something that has short sellers in it, I would be very cautious with. You have XLU telling you a crash signal is forming. You have AMD that if it sets this up, you have a 2 hour divergence, which would potentially, if that confirms, right? We have to pay attention if it confirms. Well, then we could possibly see that daily curled over, right? We could see that daily curl over. Why do you not want to see the daily curl over? Look how close it is to going negative. When it goes negative, what does that mean? Well, that really means we could come test a level of 142, or we could go, I would say, to the bottom of our important zone, so 133.60-ish. So is AMD the best buy in the world right now based on the context of this week right now? I would say not in my opinion. But if you do your due diligence and you are in charge of your trading, right? I'm just here to teach you, but if you're in charge of your trading, then and you think it's a good opportunity, then I could be wrong. And you maybe have more research on this, but the technicals here are telling me weakness is around the corner, in my opinion. I wonder if Meta is going to do this head and shoulders thing, or if it's just going to have the 30-minute curl down towards the center line and curl back up. If it continues to go sideways, that's kind of a good thing, but I'm really worried about this head and shoulders. Oh, Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia, you're going to hold at higher levels until the end of the day, towards the middle of the day, maybe when retail gives up and says, fudge it, I'm buying calls. And then that's exactly when you're going to get ripped away, isn't it? Isn't it? Tell me I'm wrong, Nvidia. But here's the thing, Nvidia. If I'm wrong, you're not going to take any money from me. I'm not going to let some computer algorithm take my money. I'm going to let some AI, like freaking computer thing, take my money out of the stock market? Hell no, I'm going to manage my trade. They have all your data, and I believe you watch your screens. Well, that's the sketchy part. Okay, so even this has come out lately. You guys, if you really start to, how's the trading going over here? Just checking in to show support. Thank you, IK. Really appreciate it. There's something I can look at you for you. I'm down. Yes, he sees our trades actively, and when I win one, they will manipulate the others, and that's true. That's true, and that's why we just talk about how it's like if you can minimize your loss when it's manipulated and then catch the next good move, they can't just manipulate you for absolute ever. If you're being risk managed, then they won't be able to manipulate you forever. They eventually have to allow market to do market things. I would really like to see the market I would like to see everything just kept out of the market, and they just make sure, the main things that are illegal to do in the market are being watched. And that's it. Let stocks do what the stocks want to do. Why is it that rich people are able to suppress or build up a stock and talk about it on Twitter and do all that, but Roaring Kitty gets in trouble because he goes, hey, I like AMC. It's not right. But trading's going well. Trading's going very well. My volatility play is looking pretty good. I'm still managing that on my other screen. But there is no reason for me to get out of this play just yet. Mine's based on a 2-hour, so I do need to do this. Yeah, there's no reason for me to get out of my volatility play just yet. Trust me, I'll tell you when I'm getting out of that volatility play. But I'm going to leave my 2 positions, and then I'm just going to trade back and forth with the other 2 to make sure that's being risk managed. Let's see. XLU is starting to give up a little here. If XLU curls over on the 30-minute, the market could follow shortly after. AMC flip back to positive on the 30-minute for a second here. GME is positive on the 30-minute, so if you hold up here by end of day for GME, you might see a big gap up tomorrow. We'll have to find out. Really want to pay attention to what the signals look like towards the end of the day. I think that will be very telling. Oh shoot. Did the girls leave yet? I don't think they did. Okay, good. I don't think they did. All right, so this guy is moving. Let's flip this back over just to the SPY. Okay, if I could click correctly. Let's go to the Qs, actually. So see how we rejected the crossing. We rejected the crossing. So that's why we don't front run stuff. We reject the crossing. Sure, it dipped down. It probably was red for a brief moment, and then it just flips right back around. So what's going on here? Well, we could create some kind of small 15-minute divergence. Probably not likely to create that 15-minute divergence, by the way. What you're really looking out for is your 2-hour chart. I think if this curls up, sees some positivity, we can start to see this boom and then start to fade, maybe going into tomorrow. So I'm paying attention if we make a little signal here. SPY wasn't able to curl up either. That is rejecting. Yeah, I tried to watch that South Park Lizzo thing, the obesity special. I was like, I get it. It's just not that funny. Like, I'm like, I get it. And I'm like, I'm all here for it, like being offensive and doing your thing, making jokes. But I'm like, it just wasn't that funny to me. Like, I didn't feel like the jokes were good, is the way to put it. Like, I just didn't feel like they made it as funny as like the COVID one. Okay, I see Tesla MACD flip. Your thoughts on it, please. Let's go look at Tesla on the weekly. Do you have to be in calls to be a part of this? A part of what? Oh, wait, there you go. A part of what? Lavelle. I'm paying attention to you, but yeah, this flipped over. Yeah, this went positive here, or it didn't go positive. It crossed over. So you could say the weekly is about to go in, but you want to pay attention, right? This is where we say a lot of the time in our videos on YouTube, hey, paying attention to other stocks, paying attention to multiple stocks or different signals while paying attention to your stock that you're covering. So if I'm looking at Tesla, I'm also probably looking at Amazon, and I'm like, oh, that could see a bounce. Okay, cool. I'm also looking at things like maybe Google or Microsoft or something like this. And what am I noticing here? Well, I'm seeing a weekly divergence possibly forming. Can we head up? Yes. But as of right now, is this the best place to buy a stock? Right? Isn't the saying buy low, sell high? I have a few shares, but these YouTube videos are kind of confusing. You do not have to buy options at all to be part of the movement. No. You are actually you're accepting more risk in an option play because you have to get the timing right. That's what we do on this channel. We're trying to get the timing right in those trades, Lavelle. If you want to do the, say, buy and hold route, that's overall just buying the stock and saying, I'm here for the movement. There could be a short squeeze. I'm going to hold the stock. And then if there's a short squeeze, then that goes to $1,000 or something like that. You can just sell those shares. Like, it's not going to, you don't have to be in an option, in a call, in order to be a part of it. People like me who trade with options, I own both. I own AMC. I own the stock itself. So I own shares just like you do. And I own shares just like you do. And I have option plays as well. So I have both. But I would highly encourage you, if you haven't done options, Lavelle, don't take on the risk. So to put this in perspective, if you buy one share, that's great. You know your exact risk is $4.81. But if you buy an option, you're actually taking on 100 times leverage. Okay? So just think about that. It's like you're buying the option to do that, and you have to get the timing right of that option, right? So a little bit scarier there. Those guys have been doing it for more than a decade, but there's still space for newcomers. Keep pushing. Hey, I'm fine with it. Like I said, I don't mind being a new guy in the space. I do not mind. As long as I'm helpful, the market will decide how big I am supposed to get. I am a free market guy. So I believe that if you want to start a business, then you put it in the free market, and the free market will decide how big you are supposed to get. And maybe I cap out at 6,000 subscribers, but I can tell you right now, over the weekend, I did not cap out. Last week, I hit 5,000. I did not cap out at 5,000. So appreciate it. I really appreciate the sentiment for me to keep pushing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And if there's another streamer that helps you out more, I am in no way saying, hey, don't go watch their videos. Don't go do it. No. Whatever is helpful for you guys is what I want you guys to watch. For Cower Cross, everyone's supposed to appreciate your free content. Can you check National Grid NG stock? Yeah, we can check it. Let me do NG, and then we'll go into, and by the way, Tesla, just the weekly scale here, just make sure you know you're still in negative territory. Tesla was one on the weekly that went negative and was the one that we said is saying there's going to be weakness in this stock. John, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate it. I don't know why my little alert box has not been working lately, but usually you pop up on the screen and bounce up and down. So you can't say that it is in a positive, it is not bullish on the weekly scale for Tesla until that's in a positive trend. That's how I do things. Even the RSI is not even trying to say it's bullish yet. The daily side, what are you looking? Now, this is bullish, right? Technically, it is in a positive trend. So you have to say right now, the daily is bullish. But look at that. It's starting to cross over. If you see some kind of drop here, you can go negative very quickly. That's why you want to be careful with Tesla right now. Now, if we go into a 2 hour, what are we noticing? It's bullish. So if the 2 hour curls up, we're going to see positivity. It is still in bullish context, but notice how close it is to the center line. If we go into it there, and this is kind of how I do things, right? Now, if we go into the 30 minute, what's the thing about the 30 minute that's different? The shortest time frame says, I'm bearish. I am across the center line in negative territory. Therefore, I can test the low, go make a new one. Look what happened. We went bearish. We went across the center line. What happened? We tested the low. We tested the low. You guys think like I just say these things on YouTube. No, look, we tested the low. That is the most likely thing to happen when you're close to the center line. You cross over after a smaller bounce like this. If the MACD would have went up to here, we would have said now there's a little bit more likelihood for a higher low. But this is a very obvious, like, now you didn't really have an opportunity to get into this play as the problem because it gapped down. But what was it called? NG? What was it called? What was it called? Can you check National Grid? I'm going to have to type this thing. NG period is probably this one. National Grid, NGG. Let's take a look at this. Oof. That's not pretty. Down here, you had the 2 hour divergence. That's great. This is a great trade setup. And you went to positive. Notice the daily flipped over probably right around here. And then that was able to go positive. This is a great trade setup right there. Just ride that 20 all the way up, ride the 5 after a little bit up. That's a great trade. As of right now, this is just dropping off a cliff. There's no reason to take a trade. And Amog, I wish I could tell you like more info about this. If you know more about the stock, you see the support levels and you want to treat it as an investment, I get it. As of right now, this is a huge gap down. So maybe on the daily scale, sometimes we look at the daily scale with these gaps. So what happens a lot of the time with these Bollinger Bands is when you really start to spread them out, eventually you either move sideways or you bounce up to test that 5-day. And if you get rejection there, that's usually your opportunity. So if I was looking to play this as of right now, I'd be talking about it pretty negatively, right? Negative territory on a lot of things. So what could happen here? Well, if this crosses up to the center line, curls back down. Okay, crosses up to the center line, curls back down. All right, maybe I have a double bottom or some kind of divergence that can help me out. But this one just looks very ugly. It does not look very good. 2 hour... I mean, if the 2 hour can go positive, you have a chance for recovery. Just the probability of recovery here is low. It's possible. It's just low. BK, thank you. You're welcome. The Dow screaming down. Let's go check on the Dow again. This guy has been not doing very well. 30 minute was what we saw. This is the divergence that could set up. A divergence, though, still in oversold territory. I think you have a good likelihood to do like this, bounce up a little, and then make another one. That would be the most likely thing happening here. Usually, okay, so usually if your divergence is just not significant, you're going to make a triple one. Doesn't mean it can't happen, and you could have the reason to take a trade, right? But I would just be very open to managing this trade, making sure it doesn't curl over again, because you're pretty deep down here. You're very deeply overbought or oversold. So in order for this to get more significant, you need to see a divergence a little closer on the RSI, a little closer on the MACD, in my opinion. Update us on GameStop. Let's go look at GameStop. Oh, AMC seeing a little bit of a bounce there. GameStop, nothing really has changed. 30 minute, positive territory, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. The only thing I would say is maybe if I'm doing anything based on the 30 minute, maybe I just look at a 15 real quick. It hasn't crossed over. If the 15 crosses over, you could say, hey, it's a little bit close to that center line. Okay, maybe this thing does have a little bit of a pullback, or maybe it actually does test the low again. But as of right now, you're going positive on the 15. That's a very good check mark. Now the next check marks, you need to pass through some resistance levels. Key resistance here at about 23. Another key resistance is going to be this level right here, 27.75. But in order for the squeeze, like the actual big squeeze, I think you got to get above 47.57. And since we're talking about GME, we can look at AMC again. Remember, this thing crossed down on the 30-minute, which would say if I'm managing my risk, I'm out. And now I'm back in because I believe this is crossing back up and going green. So you're getting some wonky behavior. So I'm not really doing too much management here. But the 15-minute, you see, it's not able to cross down. So there's no real management for me to do just yet. Hope that was helpful, Tom. How's everyone's day going? Are we all paying attention to Nvidia? Why do I sound like I'm in church or something? All right, Nvidia, what's happening here? Yeah, I think your puts are still trickling into this, and now people are probably going to try to short AMD. So AMD actually looks like, look at that 2-hour move. Remember, we were just talking about this about 15 minutes ago. It was down in this area. We said it was curled up. Most likely a big move comes. Pay attention to that weekly expected move, but I think this will be a trap. I think this will be a trap, guys. This is the trap I'm kind of talking about. Tesla to go lower? Well, we got to see if there's some reason to go lower. Right now, the 2-hour hasn't gone negative. You could say some kind of flagging is happening here. But if this 30-minute is very close to that center line, so don't get faked out here. This is technically a double bottom, not necessarily with the best divergence, but you do have a significant upward move here on the MACD. I don't know if I'll call it divergence because we like to see a closing bar at these lows. I guess we could call it double bottom divergence at this point. If the 30-minute flips up, we can see positivity, so be very careful there. If you're looking for some kind of downward move, you need that at least the 5-minute to curl over and go negative, but I don't do those things. I do not day trade. I don't take trades based on a 5-minute chart unless I'm like really focused and scaling in and sweating my balls off. That's when I'm maybe looking at a 5-minute chart, but I haven't been like that in a long time. So this here is an indication of like, yeah, it's a bearish thing. It's still in bearish context because you're in a negative trend. But the 30-minute can just flip right back over. The 2-hour here is still in a positive trend. So the likelihood here is we're going to see maybe actually some kind of pop. If this 30-minute can cross up, I'm going to say we're going to get some kind of pop, and I'd look out for that 180.92. If we go above that, you do still have the head and shoulders. So you just want to react. But this 30-minute cross down, we weren't really oversold. See, this is where you just go like this. If I'm having to think this much about this, is this going to be the best trade setup for me? Or is there maybe a better one? Maybe we can go find a better one. You know what I'm saying? AMC just crossed up again on the 30-minute, so that would say the positive trend is still there. So AMC is in a positive trend right now, crossed up on the 30-minute. As long as that didn't drop like 1.6% since I've looked. No, it's actually even better. So AMC, positive trend on the 30-minute. It's telling you this is another moment I can go up, manage that risk. AMD to the moon. Yeah, it could. I think it's going to, I'll say this. I think AMD is going to moon to exactly, let me get a price here. I think AMD is going to move exactly to 170. I'm going to say, this isn't the weekly expected move. I'm using it to make an estimate. I'm going to say 174.50. And then it starts to drop. That is a complete guess. I didn't even look at a chart for that. I'm going to say 174.50, and AMD has enough calls in it from retail that the algorithm kicks in. AMC looks great, by the way. Curling up on the 30-minute. So 30-minute is in positive territory. So Sabrina, I think you just asked this. Pay attention if you're in something. Then if that 2-hour confirms curling up on AMC in positive territory, it looks good. It's a bullish trend. It's a positive trend. I'm just looking at Apple because at least this one makes a little bit, it's a little less hard to do than Tesla, right? If this would just curl over negative territories there, I can see a drop, right? Negative territory, test the low, go make a new one. But if it goes higher, right, if that never happens, I think this 2-hour crosses and I get a little 2-hour divergence right here, and then that drops off. So I just think Apple's a great opportunity to trade back and forth. I've traded Apple literally back when I tested my theories and I turned $500 into... Oh, actually, I meant to tell you guys this. You know, when I made that strategy and I back tested it and I was like, holy crap, this percentage is really good and volatility is higher during that bear market when I just traded Apple for like 3 months straight with that strategy using weekly ranges that's given out in the Patreon. I always say, yeah, I turned $500 into $20,000, or I think it was like $18,000 in about 2.5 months, I think. So what I wanted to tell you guys was also this. When I made the managing risk video, I started to think about that and I was like, well, technically I used actually about $1,000 to start. I managed my risk and got screwed over a bunch, but in 3 trades, I got screwed over back to back to back. And I was like, I know this is going to be a good strategy. I was like, the probabilities are with me. This is a good strategy. Something funky is happening here. So I managed that risk. I lost half of that whole thing. Right, I didn't want to use a bunch of money, so I only used $1,000. And so it went down by $500, all the way down to $500. And I still was like, this has to be the time. It's so close to the center line. I'm not going to let them trick me and tell me Apple only can go up. I did it. And then from that point on, I had 12 wins in a row. And then that's the time when that 13th trade actually hurt me a lot. But the 12 trades in a row actually worked out with that strategy for Apple. So it's very, very cool, but I had to manage the risk because what if I just like got emotional, got badly emotional, right? Negative emotional, not negative, not a bad emotion, angry, aggressive, that I'm not turning into a positive. What if I got negative about it and I didn't take that trade and I didn't do that from that point and I allowed them to trick me? I wouldn't have turned $500 into $18,000 with that strategy. So pretty damn cool, because I actually remembered I had to manage the risk. I started with 1,000. I went down to 500 because I didn't want to waste a lot of money trying out this new strategy. And then once I got down to 500, I finally started to not get manipulated, right? But because I managed the risk, I still had that 500. And then I turned that into $18,000 over 2.5 months. Very, very cool. But it shows, like, if you manage the risk, you can make good money. I get tricked still today, right? I still get tricked and I lose probably a little bit more than I should sometimes, but I'm still managing the risk enough that I don't get absolutely wiped out. How about AMC? How about AMC? And oh, by the way, that strategy is in the course, right? AMC, you just need this 2-hour to curl up. Sabrina, I hope you were paying attention. The 30-minute is positive. 30 minutes positive, but you need the 2-hour to curl up to see that confirmed upward momentum. See how the 30 minutes positive? That's a great sign. Now you need the 2-hour to go positive. So this would say, oh, this is very bullish, okay? This would say, in my strategy with what I'm doing, this says hold the stock. Now, if this would turn back around, it would say don't hold the stock. Wait for that to turn back around. 2-hour curls up, it says hold the stock. That's what it says, according to my strategies. AMD again. Let's look at SMCI. Let's flip it around a little bit. Ooh, SMCI curls up on the 2-hour. That's your bullish signal. Remember what we said up in this area. I would really like us to dip back into this zone. And what do? We dip back into the zone. It's very, very good. We get close to the center line. It is still in a positive trend as of right now, not able to fully flip negative right here. So what can happen? It crosses positivity will be there. So I want to pay attention to a 30-minute because this is the bearish thing that can happen, right? This is the bad thing that can happen. I don't want to front run that trade because the 30-minute is right by the center line. So this can go negative. Paying attention to both sides will really help you. We trade like water on this channel for a reason, because you want to find out how to not get screwed by these market makers, how to not get screwed by the algorithms. This here will screw you if you take any kind of upward move here. Any kind of upward move here. Very, very good to pay attention to both sides. Now, if this would do this and curl right back up, great. That's positive. That means the move is coming. Now you might have another reason to take the trade as you are managing that risk. Yeah. Here, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go carry baby girl out to the car real quick. I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Great opportunity to go check out that course, maybe read about it a little bit in there. So that is down in the description. Remember, $100 for the next 3 days. We'll leave you on AMD for a second. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yo, I'm so glad I went outside. I'm so glad I went outside. I got to see a husky pit outside. I haven't met my neighbors yet, and they have a husky pit, and it is so cool looking. And you guys know I have a husky German Shepherd and a pit bull, so I was loving it. SMCI looks like 30-minute, right? Rolling down, that would be the negative thing. 2 hour curling up would be the positive thing to happen there, okay? So this is what you want to pay attention to. Remember, upside move is confirmed if that could happen. Just be very cautious with it. We don't have a weekly range for this, so... and in context of this stuff, guys, it doesn't look very good going forward for the overall market, which you have to take into consideration when you take any upside move. As we're looking at, what was the other one? Let's look back at AMD for just a split moment, and then we're going to get back to the rocket ships for a second. Okay, AMD still screaming higher. Bought one. Yeah, someone just said they bought at 172. Make sure you are part of the Patreon and you know exactly how high AMD can go, guys. Like, it's very helpful. It costs you a cup of coffee, and I guarantee you're going to make way more than $7 if you're paying attention to these weekly expected moves and managing those trades and, you know, buying and selling at those proper times, taking profit when you should be. But remember, I think AMD is going to go to exactly 174.50 is what I said, and that is a total guess. That is a total guess. Let's go look at AMD. I'm going to look at its max pain for you guys. Let me let that load. Yo, this website has sucked lately. Are they rigging this website too? My God. This website just will not load lately. It's so annoying. Where we think the drop's going to? Well, for that we'd have to pull up a daily scale. So if this actually fully plays out, I think that AMD does go down to 133.50 at the end of the day. So not at the end of the day. At the end of all this, I think that if AMD is able to cross over on this MACD, I think you're going to either go to test 141.24, which would line up with your 200, or 133.50. Polar Bear, weren't you going fishing, you little liar? You little liar. So actually a lot of calls in AMD now. A lot of calls in AMD now, getting a 0.6. So good potential this actually is ripped away. If the algorithms say that it's the best opportunity for them to go to the short side, then AMD might get that ripped away. But as of right now, you'd say positivity. You have to wait for all these things to confirm too, right? This is all speculative until it actually happens. So you want to react. We're just creating the scenario where it can happen, right? If I see this and this at the same time, that's when I will react. As of right now, you're creating that divergence. No reason to say there's downside yet. I'm saying the downside way that it would go down is forming a divergence at that weekly expected move, and we're kind of beelining towards it right now. Now, someone did just ask to go look at ASPS. I think by the end of the... I think it depends on what AMC and GME do. If the AMC GME thing is forced today, then I think we see a rug pull at the very end of the day. Remember, 33% of the trades for the entire day happen in the last hour of trading. So that would tell me maybe they want things to expire. You know, some options expire early towards the end of the day. Maybe they want to scare people out by maybe pushing it down by the end of the day, and then we see some kind of pop. I think you have a good potential for if all this sets up by the end of the day. So that's the big thing, Mark. If this sets up by the end of the day for the SPY and the Qs, then we can see some downward pressure, but this hasn't set up yet. I'm saying I think I could see a 2-hour divergence before this happens. So unless it's going to happen differently, which we'll pay attention to those signals, we haven't seen this move yet. So if I see that move, then I'll say, oh yeah, we're going to fade. But right now, this doesn't really scream I'm going to fade. The Qs does have a divergence here. Maybe it just doesn't confirm it and it does fade. We'll have to see. Let's look at ASPAS. No. Multi-source 2-hour does not look good. 30-minute yet. No, that doesn't look good. Daily. Okay, daily still negative here. That's a key thing. But this does have an opportunity if it can cross up, right? We want to react and say, hey, buying up here is not going to be that much more than buying down here. If this crosses up, it's very likely it could go positive, right? So this area here is where I'd start to say, hey, contrarian when I see the green bar. If that goes positive, then it's in a positive trend. That's bullish. So that's all you can say from this. Does it look like it's going to rotate around right now? The 2 hour, no real divergences. You're decently far away from the center line. So maybe we do a double dip, right? Maybe we do something like this first, get a little signal. Right now, I don't have 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade on this. UNB, Union Pacific Corp. Okay, that 2 hour looks awful, but you probably have a daily divergence forming. Yeah, if this, okay, so I'd say this, if you have a daily divergence that confirms, you can see an upward move, right? So this would be a daily play that is forming. It hasn't completed yet, but if that curls back up, that's when you want to react, and then you could see another bigger move, right, with some kind of double bottom. That's what I'd say about Union Pacific here. But you have to just be a little careful with that right here, this crossing below the 200, you're losing the 200. You're at the bottom of the Bollinger. So if this starts to turn around, that's when you would react. The 30-minute does have divergence. So this is where you could say, hey, if I want to be a contrarian, it's starting to get closer and closer to that center line, right? This is what you want to look for sometimes. Now, this isn't the best. Usually you want like a downward move kind of sideways or even a bounce, and then that comes down again to prove there's buyers. No real buyers have shown up for this. So if you take a chance on this, just manage the trade. That's in the course, right? So you can take the course. Literally, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom. If something is troubling you, you're bad at getting out of a trade, you can go look and see and be like, okay, cool. I need to learn how to manage this trade now. And now you can manage that trade on a 30-minute divergence play right here. And then if you cross up on the daily, you can manage it based on the daily, which we describe exactly how you manage a daily one, exactly how you manage a 2 hour one, exactly how you would manage a 30-minute one. It's all in the course. $100 for the next 3 days. What does daily, weekly move look like for Nvidia? Well, we don't have daily moves for Nvidia. You can't really make a daily move for Nvidia because its expiration is on Friday for the options. But for Nvidia, the upside move is we're outside of it. That's what I'll tell you. If you're part of the Patreon, you get this info, right? So if you go up to this level, you're already outside of it right now. That weekly expected move. Very early on the first day of trading of this week. It's a shortened trading week, so yeah, you're way outside of it right now with a 30-minute divergence forming up here on the MACD and RSI at the same time. Flat on the MACD or flat on the RSI and a little bit down on the MACD. So that tells you a bigger pullback can happen. It still leans me a little bit towards a pullback, but in context of everything right now, this is probably going to be a decently significant drop. We can pay attention to support levels here, but this is outside of the weekly expected move right now. If you want the exact weekly expected move, the Patreon's down below in the description. Thank you, 711RF, for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Market way down. Mark, let's go look at the dollar. Market way down. Volatility still holding. I'm managing this trade on my other screen. Very, very good. The dollar, oh, little drop off here. Little drop off here. Let's see the 2 hour. Not able to fully curl up yet, so maybe not the exact moment. Maybe not the exact moment. The 4 hour curling up is really what I'm looking for here. 4 hour curls up, positive territories right there. So I think volatility is around the corner. Volatility is actually here. So we're going to see some swings. We can check out CCL. 2 hours going to be cleaner. 2 hours going to be by the center line curling up. So this is where you would say, hey, if this pops up right here, all right, awesome. Curls up, positive territory. That's your sign. Hey, yeah, we can test the high, go make a new one. This one's very simple. Test the high, go make a new one. You actually had divergence down here for this pop on the RSI. Not flat on the MACD, flat on the RSI. So this is a good example, though, actually, of when I say these things, how it's flat on the MACD, flat on the RSI at the same time. Usually that leads to bounces, right? Or pullbacks, but not necessarily trend reversals. Look at this. The trend tried to reverse. it just goes right back down. Okay, and then what do you get right here? You have an RSI divergence, not necessarily on the MACD at the same time. So that leads you to believe what? Hey, yeah, this could be some kind of pop, but that could also go down. Now we see this happen. Okay, cool. On the 2 hour. Daily. Daily was able to go positive, so this is I think this could see a good move if that 2 hour can curl up into positive territory. There you go. 30-minute gave you the divergence better right here for this actual pop that went positive. And notice we go positive here. That's a good thing. Here, we go there for a split second here for a day or two, and then we go right back to negative. That's what you want to pay attention to here. Looks okay, though. 2 hour curls up. Positive territory could be there. IK, TradingView and other platforms have expected moves. Thinkorswim too. Yeah, Thinkorswim I think does have it. I trust mine. Like I said, I take full accountability for my trades. And so I calculate my own ranges. Because I noticed this. I know someone that just uses the Thinkorswim ranges and they just sell the Thinkorswim ranges. I calculate mine. I have my own sheet that I calculate them on. And I can tell you they are different. They are different from the Thinkorswim ranges. I've never seen the TradingView ranges. I don't know what those are. But IK, if they're working for you, cool. Awesome. I trust mine. And mine are different. Mine are usually actually like Thinkorswim has it. I've seen it before where it's like here. Mine's a little bit more accurate. I like to be as accurate as possible. But I respect it. I use Thinkorswim, and I will say Lucas's are better. Thank you for saying that, because I haven't looked at those for a minute. Once I started to calculate my own, my trades got a little better. So I just said I'm not doing that anymore. Where does the SPY end? If I knew where the SPY was exactly going to end by the end of the day, then I would be very, very rich. I would tell you this. SPY has a 68% chance to land somewhere in this range by the end of the day. It has a 32% chance to land outside of these ranges. That's the best I can do for you. Let's do XOM, and then we'll go see if AMC is... we'll see if AMC is crossing up on that 2 hour. AMC positive. Ooh, it probably did, by the way. So this one here gave you a little 30-minute divergence down here, kind of flat on the MACD, kind of flat on the RSI, but slightly up on the RSI, so bounce is likely. But okay, now we need to get closer to the center line. You're still very far away from the center line. I know you know. I don't know. I never know. It just looks like I know because I pay attention to the signals and I react. And then one of the scenarios that I have said out loud is proven to be true, and I just react on that. That's how I make money. If I keep the 3 scenarios that are most likely to happen in my head, and I know how they would most likely play out, the 3 scenarios, and then I react to the one that's right, that's happening in front of me, and I react, then I'm most likely going to make money. And then I just manage the trade. So short movies, yeah, I wish I did. I really do. We'd all be very rich, and I would probably not even be on YouTube if I was able to tell exactly where the SPY was going to land on a daily basis. 2 hour, very deep negative, very deep. Most likely for Exxon, you're going to see some kind of bounce, get a higher or a lower high, and then see that come down again. You need a better reason to take a trade here. It's just not the best setup. Maybe on the daily scale. Do you have daily divergence here? That's possible. No, you don't even have daily divergence. So now you're above the 200. If you're a swing trader, this crosses up. You cross up on this MACD. You can see a positive move. But as of right now, the 2 hour, very, very deep down here. So pretty much what I'm saying is right here, look how deep we were on the 2 hour. Now we're even deeper. Look what happened last time. We bounced, but we curled right back down into negative territory, so that can happen again. I would like to see that. That would be more of a setup for me. AMC, that thing's seeing some bullishness come in. 2 hour, let's zoom in. Not able to curl up just yet. It wants to, though. It really wants to. Morning, everybody. Lucas, if you can, could you share your RSI MACD settings? Yes. Right now I have 12, 26, 9. But very important to understand that in a volatile market, I change this red line, my 5-day SMA. I change that to a 9 when volatility is higher. And when volatility is lower, I leave it at a 5. But there's the settings right there. RSI, 14, 14.2. I've used these for so long. And 14 is my favorite number, so that works out. Yeah, 14, 14.2, SMA. And source close, very important, the source being close. Source close. Netflix, let's go take a peek at Netflix while we're, seeing if AMC can curl up. Actually, GME curled up, so that's good. Netflix, this one I was pretty bearish on. I'm pretty bearish on Netflix, to be honest. You have a 2-hour rejection right now. You had a 2-hour divergence up here that likes to roll over the daily, kind of flat, pulls back, goes back up. What do we have now? We have a 30-minute at the same time. I can say it before the chart loads because look at that. It's steep. This is a great trade. This is a great trade. If you learn how to manage this trade, it will be very, very good because you could get faked out, right? What's stopping this from going, and then coming down? What's stopping this from going, right? So you have to know how to manage that trade. But yeah, this looks like a great setup. Good find there, Slot Machine. Thanks, bruv. You're welcome, bruv. You sound like my soccer teammates. Sold, made 7K on Neo. Let's go take a look. Ooh, wow. You just sold? Decent sell. Let's see if there's any setups here. Yeah, no setups here, so right thing to do. Taking profit, right thing to do. Oh, 15-minute went positive. That can go negative. What you'd like to see here for a bigger bounce, by the way, is just a divergence, right? You need some confirmation the momentum's dying out. Right now, what did you do? Well, you broke through the important key level. What are you doing right now? You break down, you retest it, you come down again, then you maybe see a bounce. But that's a great profit taking right there. Profit taking right as you come up towards resistance. Awesome. I can never find the movies I want to watch on Netflix. I have not used Netflix in shit. How long has it been? It was before Ari was born. I don't think I've used Netflix since. I haven't used Netflix since like September 2023. I don't subscribe to Netflix. I am not a member. I'm not a Netflix member, whatever the hell it is. Everything's free online. Drake's our dude. Drake's our dude with the hookups. My dude Drake was burning CDs on LimeWire back in the day. Go peek at this. This is going pretty positive here, guys, on the 30-minute. Watch out, because AMC could just start to turn up here. We need confirmation. There you go. You're starting to see green. Look at that. Very, very small, though. Very, very small, but you're seeing it. Like, notice it goes green here. It's like you're going to see strong bars once you're able to go green. So if this can remain green and actually see that strength while you're in positive territory, this could be a big, big moment for AMC. Part of me wants to go look and see if I could scale into my position a little bit more. I'm doing it. I don't give a shh. I'm doing it. If I can get it at that price, I'll do it. If not, then screw that. Damn. Yeah, I can't do it. We'll see if it lands, but LimeWire, aka the end. Did you guys do bear share? I used to do bear share. Thank you for covering ASPS. My target to get back in is near 125. Yeah, that's good. You're making targets. It seems like you're doing the right stuff. That's awesome. And thank you guys so much for liking the stream. I don't know if we're over 100 yet. I'm just going to assume we are because you guys are awesome. So remember, that's pretty much how you can maybe get me to do some more live streaming throughout the week. Is I got to figure out how I can get more ad money out of YouTube. So like the stream, get more retail people in here. The more people we can help, the better. I put out a lot of free content, and all I ask is, hey, like the stream. And if you want to learn, there's affordable options there. If you want some, help with your trades, some trade setups, you can do Patreon, and there's some more help there, and it's $7 a month. Buy Luke a cup of coffee, and you get some tools to be a better trader. Weekly ranges, baby. We love them. We love them. Imagine if we didn't have these weekly ranges. Man, I don't even remember what trading was like before I had these weekly ranges. I think I was just I was just a swing trader. Tesla, Kalani, we can go look at Tesla for you. Two-hour hasn't curled up yet. 15-minute hasn't even curled up yet. Oof, that's not looking good. Now, 5-minute chart, I know, take it with a grain of salt, but you do have potential for double bottom down here. That's what I'd pay attention to. If we get a 30-minute chart to go up. Rui Pinho, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing. Hopefully this information is helpful to you. So possible double bottom happening now. We want to see if Tesla can curl up and confirm it, though. Hasn't confirmed it. So bullish side would be Tesla. Remember, we were talking about Tesla, and I was just like, this doesn't look like the absolute best one. Right? Maybe AMC with this triple divergence down here that confirmed on this bar right here is able to turn up the 2-hour. You got to manage that trade. I'd be careful with anything bullish. I keep saying that. Yeah, that is an insane amount of value. The fact that you can get weekly ranges for multiple stocks. Ramen, thank you so much for joining the stream as well. Thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate you. Good luck with your trades today. Luke, pretty much is like the amount of value that you actually get if you're able to use the weekly ranges correctly is probably worth hundreds of dollars, and I give it away for $7 because I'm here for the retail traders. Frostwire, I like bear share. Let me see. Trying my best, guys. My wife's the artist, not me. God, that's terrible. This looks like a monkey with a hat, dang it. It looks like a monkey. Frickin' A. How do I make it look more like a bear? It's something like this. Bear share. Monkey share. Yeah, this is why you manage the trade, by the way, with Amazon. Can I not hit control? Yeah, you manage the trade with Amazon. If this curls over on the 15-minute, it's not the moment, but you see the 15-minute divergence. So managing the trade is important. That's what's on the course right now. Very, very cool. And then you can know how to get in and out of your trade so that you're not getting screwed over by these market makers who obviously have this market rigged. But from this area, triple divergence on the 30-minute, it still looks good. 2-hour, what do we want to see? We need this to curl up for that to really confirm. we're still pretty much contrarian on a 2-hour if you take any kind of Amazon play. And I, once again, would be very cautious with upside moves. Yes, I think the SPY and the Qs do head a little bit higher, and that's just because of the 2-hour chart. And thank you so much, Bill Z, for subscribing. But that's just because, well, this would be a very good setup, but you have to be careful. It's like, if I just went away for a day and I saw the setup, maybe this is the play that I could take for a month. Pay attention to how I could get screwed over on the course down in the description. XLU, what is it doing? Well, it looks like it might curl up on that 2-hour as well, okay? So remember, our crash signal was when we get the divergence on XLU. What could happen here? Well, what if we do this and we actually create a divergence here on the 2-hour that also creates a daily divergence at the same time? That would be very cool. As of right now, that signal for a big pullback is what I will say, because every single time we've seen this happen, and then the crash is later on. So right now, this would tell me, at least from the previous times, that this was the signal to pay attention to, which I believe it truly is this. We might see some kind of little bit more dramatic pullback than what we're used to in this upward move, and then we see another upward move to create some kind of divergence. That's what I think plays out. But if this AMC and GME stuff just starts to roll out, then we might just see a big drop. The Dow has fallen significantly as compared to the NQ. Yeah, it has. And the thing about the Dow is this thing led the move higher before it happened. It broke through this while the SPY was going sideways throughout this area. And that was really cool to see. And even here, I think it did the same. Now it's leading the market down, telling you on the daily I'm crossed over. Can it see a bounce? It can always see a bounce, right? We can always see a bounce when we have these type of signals, right? Divergences and things like that. Could it see a bounce? Yes. I think this is the moment where you say, this could really hurt me if it bounces and goes positive. Take some profit, leave some runners, right? If you're able to catch this double top up here, this was a great signal. And then what you see is maybe some kind of lower high in this area with a 2-hour or something like that. We get like a lower high and then we cross back down and go negative. I think that's the most likely scenario for the Dow at this point, because that is a trend reversal if you've ever seen one. Can AMC pop like AMC? Yes, it can, June. I've done my research on these guys. This really can happen. You just want to make sure you have the knowledge in the market in order to, if it's not happening, you don't lose a bunch of money. I keep saying it over and over too. One, the managing risk portion in the course down in the description is very good. Two, if you're going to play something like AMC and GME, now I think I'm in $3,000 worth. My target for AMC, it depends. My initial target for AMC is $40. And then I think if we're going to see the actual corruption leak out and they actually get caught up in it, meaning they don't just re-short it again and do the same thing, they actually have to get out of it. I think AMC has the potential to go to anywhere from, what was it? It's $400 to $1,000 is what I think, somewhere in that range. I know it's a big range, but I think 400 is kind of your minimum if the corruption is there. Yeah, if the manipulation is really there, and then the $1,000 would be like crazy. There's one person I was watching, and he gives great info. I don't want to shout him out because I want to watch him a little more, but he was giving info about AMC, and he said there is potential for it to go to $50,000. And when you think about that, and you go, can it actually happen? Well, back in 1902, the stock that was shorted and had this problem, it went from $40 to $1,000. Now think how much $1,000 is worth in today's money, right? So maybe we could find that calculation, right? We can say how much was $1,000 compared to now. Inflation calculator. Let's do this. Start year. So this was 1902. It went to $1,000. So 2024, that would be worth $36,000. So if the same thing technically were to happen, probably for GME, because it's a little bit higher up, GME could probably get to 36,000. And then you would say, what it could AMC could go maybe 8 times less than that. So let's do this real quick because I don't want to do math. So I think AMC could possibly go to $4,500 if the worst thing happens for these short sellers. That's if it happens like it happened in 1902 with inflation priced in. Shorts would probably get bailed out. Yes, the government is completely different than 1902. They most likely will get bailed out. Yes. That is why it is strictly up to what's it called? It's strictly up to people like holding the stock, right? They have to hold the stock for it to actually go to 4,500 or 36,000. So I don't think they will. I don't think people will be able to hold. People really need money now. If they see AMC go up to $40 and GME go up to $100, the main people that will be holding are the people who have been holding since 3 years ago. I'm going to hold with a little bit the whole time, though. Like, I'm not going to, pretty much the stock that I bought, I'm just going to hold the whole time. All right, guys, we're doing a little bit longer live today, a little bit longer. I'm going to go for about 30 more minutes, but I need another cup of coffee, okay? So while I'm gone, I'm going to leave you guys on AMC for just one moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes, so come back here in 2 minutes if you want to, go use the restroom or something like that. Check out the course, check out the Patreon. We got some good stuff on there. I'm probably going to put out a Patreon video by the end of the day today if we see some of these setups. So I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. 2 minutes, just getting another cup of coffee. Oh God, you guys, I love the fact that I have a new office. Oh, it feels so good. I love it. 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 Yeah, that's one thing, Tom. People can get used to inflation also, but that's one thing. I actually went and bought couches from a buddy of mine, and I was asking how they were doing, and they were like crushing it. So one thing is the economy and the stock market are two different things. So you would say like it's more so we haven't experienced unemployment yet. If we start to experience more unemployment, that is what's going to really hurt people. Technically, inflation is there. Wages are going up. They're not going up at the rate that they should be as the price of goods. But you would say wages are technically going up. So if you're able to keep that job, and people might be feeling pretty good and willing to spend money because their stocks look really good. What if their stocks don't look good and they spent all the money in their bank account because their stocks look really good? That's where it can get a little scary, Tom, in my opinion. I mean, that's something to do, to think about. I think that it's when people really start hurting, it's going to hurt really bad. That's the way I kind of look at it. But I would say this, I mean, a lot of people that I know are just willing to spend a lot more and have less money in their bank account. If you go look and do some research, there's actually a nice long stream today. I get used to this. I have my own office now. Baby girl gets to have her own space. My wife gets to have her own space and stuff upstairs. So it's awesome. It is awesome. It is awesome. I am loving it. And like I said, you guys thought I was kidding. You guys see those messages I put out on YouTube in the community section. I put out a message there, and I put out a message on Patreon, and I was like, you guys, I'm coming back with some fire. I'm coming back, and I'm here to be as helpful as I can. And the way that you guys can make these streams go even longer is you gotta like the video. Like, I want to stop working for this startup. I'm their marketing guy, and I'm doing a great job. Like, I'm not doing bad. I love this so much more. I really do. I've really started to enjoy YouTube. Like, taking that little hiatus, I really missed going live and talking about stocks. This is what I'm really passionate about. So the way that you can help me in this scenario is I'm someone who I'm still, making money the slow way, which is the fast way. And that means I'm going to have multiple streams of income. And one of those right now is the startup. And I have to hop off at 11 in order to go do some stuff. But yeah, it's a good opportunity for me. And I'm glad that people are able to understand my way of thinking when it comes to the stock market and charts and indicators and their behavior. Very, very awesome, because that means that it's helpful and the market will decide how big I'm supposed to get. What is it? Meta? 30-minute is positive. 2 hours positive. You got to talk about it in positive context. It is rolling over. Oh, wait. Meta on 30-minute is negative. It is not negative. Be very, very clear about this, Landon. Be very, very clear. This is something we make very clear in the course. This is not negative. You're seeing red impressions on the histogram. This is not negative. This is positive. This is positive up here. Okay? Yeah, you're good, Landon. Okay, you just maybe mistyped. Okay, good. Whew. For a second there, I was like, whoa, Landon. You've chatted in here a few times, and we got to know this stuff, but I respect it. Okay, good. Look, you took accountability for that small little typing mistake. Do you have courses or something? I have one course. It teaches you everything that I pretty much know. And I've had it valued by people that have actually worked at hedge funds before. And they say I should be charging $2,000. I'm here to help you guys out. And sure, if I can turn this into something I could do instead of my startup, that would be awesome. So I'm making it just $100 for 3 days, and then the price goes up. But it'll never be $2,000. It'll never be $2,000. I would never do that to you guys. I want all the retail traders to start to win. I'm here for you. I'm here to try to help as much as possible. And that's overall. It's pretty much like, eventually I'm going to have to, make money because I'm putting a lot of time into this. But I'm hoping to be able to do that on the advertisement side to turn this into my other source of income. I like to keep myself busy. I have ADHD, so you can imagine how busy I keep myself throughout most of the day. Yeah, you can learn about indicators. We go through indicators. I show you my indicators. I show you everything. We talk about why the indicator is important and how you can actually use them for trading. So Meta here, you see 30-minute divergence, very significant. We said there would be a bounce here. It bounces here. This is what you will learn. This divergence here led to a bounce. It's a very good trade. Just picked up 100 shares of AMC at $5. Not a recommendation, though. Not a recommendation. No, we're not giving recommendations on this channel. We're just saying what the charts are telling us. If you just say what the chart is telling you, when have I ever told you, buy this, sell this, take profit? I'd say, this is a good level that I would take profit at. This is a good level to take profit. It doesn't mean you should. You should do whatever you think is the smartest thing to do. As of right now, AMC going up to about $5. What's happening on the chart? Well, the 30 minutes positive, so that means the price of AMC could go up. What's happening on the 2-hour chart? Well, it's crossed up on the MACD here in positive territory, so that means the price of this particular stock could go up. This is what made me start following you. Tammy says, Lucas, you are an awesome person. Thank you so much. Don't toot my horn. You guys are the reason that this channel is what it is. I want to, first of all, give credit where it is. It's you guys that make the channel, valuable at the end of the day. I put the valuable information and you guys accept whether or not it's good. And that's awesome. But thank you for the compliment. Kudos right back to you. Some of the other guys are charging $2,000 for these classes and most of us cannot follow. And I was one of those people that have taken those $2,000 courses. That's why I made it $100. That's why I made it very, very cheap. Right? It's $100 for the next 3 days. I'm probably going to extend that if we can get some more people interested in it. Right? I want to make sure it's valuable. I want people to believe in it before we see big downturns. I don't want this to crash down and us be right, and then you take the course and it's more expensive then. I think you need to, this is a moment where you just say, I'm dedicated to learning with good habits. But they do charge a lot of money. I've taken them before. And do I use any of their info? No. Do I use some of their info? Yes. Do I use all of their info? No. I use bits and pieces of those courses that I have taken. I've spent thousands of dollars on courses. I'm always trying to learn. And I think I got baited into a few, and that's very frustrating. So I didn't want to do that with my course. I want to make sure it's helpful for you. And if it's not helpful for you, darn it, you spent $100. That's what's good. But I put together all the things that I thought was the most valuable from those courses and then added in everything that I've learned, added in the weekly ranges. I didn't learn weekly ranges from a course. I did that myself. And it's really been good. And I want to share that with everyone. I'm pretty sure you told us about a leather sofa. George, thank you so much for subscribing. Sabrina Zhang, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for contributing to the chat too, Sabrina. I really do appreciate it. I'm going fully loaded once AMC back to about 3.8 to 4.3. So, you just want to, this is what we put in the course, is managing the trade. That's all you're doing here. So 2-hour curled up positive territory. You're trading based on a 2-hour chart, so you need to manage the trade. And we tell you exactly how to do that in the course. Just if you want to just at least take that portion, it's a 40-minute video that really goes in depth into it on each chart, what you need to pay attention to in order to know, hey, I could be hurt here. Maybe I need to get back in. It tells you both of those things. And we go very in depth for 40 minutes on them. So it's the last video of the course. I don't care if you skip all the way down to it and you just watch that. That video alone is probably worth $1,000. Like, looking back at it, I watched it. I told you guys, I went up to my wife and I was like, I'm so excited because this is going to be so helpful. I was like, because this is one of the things that was very hard for me to learn. Risk management is difficult, but this really simplifies it for you. I will be taking the course. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you for that sentiment. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words. Really, really do appreciate it. And thank you for showing up today. May, where's the link for the course? It's down in the description. It's under the link that's right by the $100 for 3 more days. Damn, I need to go to the gym, guys. What the hell? I'm getting weak over here. I've lost so much weight with all the stress I've been through. You know how stressful it is to think you're moving to Florida, get to Georgia, find out you're pregnant, move back to Kansas, not have a home to live in because you own a pit bull and a husky German Shepherd, and then you have to live in your friend's like apartment/basement because that's the only person that would like give you a place right away because we had to move here very quickly. And then you're starting a YouTube, and then you're working for a startup, and I'm working another job. I quit the other job, and then I focused more, and then I'm trading at the same time. I focused more on like, and then we move again. Like the stress I have been through in the last year, I would not put on anyone. I would not put on anyone. And that's why I think you guys hear me in my voice right now. I am so excited to have this office. I am so excited to be able to contribute even more to YouTube. Thank you, June. I know. Remember, hey, June, you said if AMC gets above 5.5, what about this week? If AMC gets above 5.5, you'll join the Patreon like last week. Pressure makes diamonds. Thank you, Drake. The irony of these courses is that people often judge value based on cost. It's easier to sell $100 of info for $1,000 than it is to sell $1,000 for $100. Silly, I know, but seems to be the way. And that's very true. That's very true. Now, but if you watch my channel for, say, even a week, you're going to see, at least if you know a little bit about stocks, or maybe you don't know anything about stocks, and then you're going to see how often is one of his scenarios playing out, and when it actually confirms, what is he telling me to do after that? What is he saying could happen after that? You know, you find out if it's helpful with all of this content. Then you say, hey, maybe I do want to learn a little bit, but I don't want to spend $1,000 like everywhere. Oh, it's only $100 right now. That's kind of how I see it. And I don't care. It's kind of like this too. I don't want someone spending, you know, someone who only has maybe $2,000 in their bank account. I don't want them spending half their money on this course, right? Because it's going to take some failing too. There is failures. There's a lot of learning that goes into trading. So if I only do $100, then it's like, okay, maybe if they have $2,000, they have $1,900 left over. They can go through some pain for a little bit trying to learn with real money, because you got to do that. You got to go with the emotions. Maybe they lose $500, and then after that, they learn from those mistakes, and then they still have a chunk of money to go forward with. That's how I see it. Thank you guys so much for the kind words. And the other part of that is you guys took the plunge and took the course. So if someone comes in here and asks about the course, you guys know how much more powerful it is for you guys to talk about your experience. It is so helpful for you guys to talk about your experience, because that's not me, the person who is charging $100 for it, saying, go buy it. That's someone who bought it already and said, this is the best thing. And that's the emails I get all the time. And I encourage you to, the new people that trickle in, if you're going to ask a question about the course, that is awesome. I'm glad you're interested in learning. I would hope that some people in the chat can talk about that stuff, talk about the course and how it has helped them. What sections have been the best for them? I know people really like the 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade. I know that people are really liking the when to get out, how to not get screwed, which is the last video of the course that I put out just this weekend. Very, very cool to see. Thank you guys for being a part of the community. Okay, GME, we crossed up on the 2 hour. We're not positive yet. We're not out of the woods, but we did break through support, or through resistance here. Now, the next resistance is going to be this gap area right here. That's going to be important. But if we're going to see the ultimate squeeze, right, this level's the next important one, 47.57. I think if you get above that, you're off to the races. Because that would kind of say like the daily's going to fully cross up. Like right around this bar here, really, though, is the daily's going to cross up. And then you want to make sure there's no manipulation coming in. I think GME goes to 100 first. It's kind of like a fake pump and dump so that people think it's over, and then I think it goes ballistic if people can hold on to it. But like I said, I'm just holding with one, and then I'm trading another position back and forth. So GME looks good, though. If that can go positive, very good sign. AMC about to cross 550. I'm just saying, June. I'm just saying. The YouTube is a funnel. I get it. Makes sense. And I agreed. You give a lot of info for free. It's very helpful insight. Good. That's the overall goal. The overall goals now, since I'm really enjoying it and it is helpful, the first goal is always be helpful. Always be helpful. always be helpful to the littlest guy with the littlest amount of money. If I'm helpful to him and turn that around and make him profitable. I got an email last week that literally said, I have not been profitable and I've been trying to trade for the last 5 years. I took your course and it is the first month I've ever had a profitable month in 5 years. And then they went on to describe how they're, trying to do something different so they can make their family have a better life. And that is what excites me. I'm ready to join, but my options are expiring. Well, you got to manage those options. June, what do you have? June, what option do you have? Please tell me. I can't give you like direct advice about it, but I'll look at it because I want to see this. Also, if you didn't know, guys, yeah, let's look at gold and silver. It went back up. Okay, good. Awesome. Gold crosses up on the 2-hour, very bullish signal. So we just want to pay attention to a 30-minute because that's still near negative territory. So if that doesn't curl over, though, we're fine. We're fine. If we want to see this 2-hour cross up, I just got to pay attention to that 30-minute crossing back down because we could see that cross up, see the 30-minute beat down like this, convince you it's going down, and then curl back up, right? So what we want to pay attention to here is one important thing. We've had 217.21 marked off for a long time. Look at this. We gap out, and then we come back down and we test it, and then we go back up. How cool is that? That's how you know I am very good at finding support and resistance. This is how you can test yourself. If you don't want to like take it based on a trade or anything like that, I highly encourage back testing. What you can do, mark off a level you think is important. We knew we gapped above this. We knew we gapped above this. We knew we used it as resistance. We knew we used it as support again. We know when we broke through it, that was a key level. Then we found another key level here, right? We marked off both of these. What do? We gap above it. So we know that level is still important. We come down, we retest it. This is great. This is how you kind of do back testing and see in real time if you're doing good at finding that support and resistance. We're doing a great job. Now we need the 2-hour to curl up. If the 2-hour can curl up, what can you notice here? We could get a cup and handle. So this is what I'm saying. The 2-hour could confirm, and then the 30-minute rolls over. So this is where we manage that trade. And thank you so much. Oh, Fartis, thank you so much for donating $5 through the super chat for your kindness, support, and all the great people here. Hey, thank you, Fartis. Everyone give Fartis a thank you in the chat. Giving back to the community here, very, very good thing. Okay, so we just want to make sure nothing bad is happening, okay? So if this comes up to this area, we might create a handle. That could be scary. That could go like this. And then this could turn down in negative territory. That would tell me, ooh, this is negative territory. Maybe I want to be a little cautious. And then right when that flips back around, this is going to be the next big move, most likely here for gold. Okay, so that's how we kind of look at charts. We just have to look at charts and see what the most likely thing is going to happen based on the signals in front of us. Right now we have a 2-hour. It's pretty close to that center line. So the most likely scenario here is we're going to see a pop up. Now it is a little bit deeper, so we have to say this could create some kind of lower high. So we're going to pay attention to that. But if this wanted to head up, then we can pay attention to a divergence up here for some kind of pullback. June's gonna join. Okay, wait. Let me see. Oh, 555, 3105. Oh, wait, 555 at 3105. Okay, so by Friday. I'm gonna say. I'm assuming you're gonna hold until Friday. I think you might be fine, but we'll see. We'll have to see how it plays out. Right now, the signals are with you. Let's say it that way. Right now, the signals are with you for AMC and GME here. They're both saying, hey, yeah, we're probably heading higher here. Now, this is still in a negative trend, so we still are being contrarian here. You need that to go positive, right? AMC is positive, so this is a bullish trend. You're still not in the best buying, right? Not the best buying, kind of sideways and up like a flag, but if this is what we would do, if it's confirmed, then hey, this could curl up and we could see a big move here. We'll have to find out. Nvidia could test 1085 and still be bullish. We haven't looked at Nvidia for a while. Let's go see what that thing's doing. And then I might have to do a full breakdown and hop off, guys. First of all, we're paying attention to the 30-minute divergence that can form up here. Okay, it still could be bullish. Yes, it's still in a bullish, even 30-minute trend. Okay, everything's bullish for Nvidia right now. So we just want to see if that curls down, does it ever curl back up? Because that can confirm another move higher. Does it curl back up? That's the thing. So what most likely you could see happen if it's going to play out not as dramatic, maybe you see a little head and shoulders, right? Something like that. I want to always keep multiple scenarios in my mind. But right now you would say, is this the best time to go in? No, look at this 30-minute. You're seeing divergence forming. You're seeing overbought territory. You have flatness of the RSI, downward a little bit on the MACD. So even if this went up, this is creating good habits. I'm not going to chase this because that's probably what the market maker wants me to do. Their algorithm wants me to do that. So what I want to see is some kind of pullback, pulls back down to the center line, curls back up. Look at this, pulls back down, curls up. What happens? Well, we get a little bit of positivity. If this didn't gap up, right, it probably would have crossed right here and a little bit of positivity comes. All right, now if this drops off, I just want to see, is that going to curl back up? Or are we going to see something a little more dramatic? Is this 2 hour going to be able to curl down? If this 2 hour curls down, is that able to curl back up, right? We're always thinking about the next move too, not just this next move, but the next move, right? We're always looking into the future. We got to see into the future and think of those scenarios a little bit. So if this curls down to the center line on a 2 hour, then that's not the top, but maybe a divergence up here will be. And that is likely to happen, right? Some kind of maybe double top up in these areas would be likely. But if this AMC and GME thing just starts to play out by the end of the day, that might be done. A lot of people saying it's a blow off top. Well, it is for Nvidia. Like, holy crap, it is for Nvidia. We were saying that the short squeeze, back when we were calling for a short squeeze a few weeks ago, we were like, yeah, this short squeeze will have the potential to cause a blow off top. But is it blowing off in the SPY and the Qs? Not necessarily yet, but it can. It definitely can. If this 2 hour curls up, you could see a rapid move up to like 534, right? Our top side move. We could see a rapid move like this and everyone's euphoric and then it just is ripped away. You see the divergence. So you're paying attention to the next move, and that's very, very good. Media is barely covering GME and AMC. That is because they're all shills. They are all in on it. Everyone is in on it. Jim Cramer is definitely in on it. You really think these guys don't have money in those hedge funds? Come on now. I feel you, Johnny. They are not talking about it because they do not want other people to even think about it. And the funny thing is, AMC and GME, they are up 30%. Oh my God, wait a second. That's a good move now. Look at that thing. So 2 hour curled up. Let's see if that goes positive. Once that goes positive, you want to see that daily curl up, right? You just kind of move on down the line, do your risk management as it goes. Good move. AMC up 6%, almost 6%, 5.12. Very, very good look here. All right, guys, we are going to do a little bit of a breakdown right now because I got to hop off for a little bit. But tune in for tonight's YouTube video. If you want the update video, I'm probably going to put that out over the next hour on Patreon. So great time to join the Patreon. I'm going to give that video to see if there's any setups we can pay attention to using those weekly ranges. The SPY here. Okay, let's start from the top. The SPY. 2 hour curls up. This is still the signal we are waiting for. We're messing around, doing a bunch of nonsense, not doing too much selling. Now, if the bearish thing is going to happen, this 30 minutes is going to curl down. 30 minutes is going to curl down and go negative. Then what can we do? Well, I would say this. We can test the gap. Make sure we're paying attention to any kind of manipulative move that just curls this thing back up, right? Curls it back up very early. But if we go negative, you have a good shot to go to the gap, test the low, or go make a new one. Remember, we're outside of the monthly expected move, so we still have a 68% chance to land in this zone according to the monthly expected move. Pay attention to that going forward. The bullish side would be 2 hours going to curl up. We need that 2 hour to curl up, but I think that might be brief, right? We're going to get oversold for a moment, make another point of divergence, and then it might be game over for the SPY. Q, similar thing, but they already have these divergences now. If it makes just one little pop higher for a 2 hour bar, you'll have triple divergence pretty much up here, kind of flat right here. But actually, you don't have divergence right now. So you have it on the RSI, not on the MACD at the same time. I like them to be at the same time. I've thought about implementing a closing live video. I have thought about implementing that, maybe like a members only stream. We just do like a supporters membership for $5 or $10, and then you get to come. That way we can keep some people that come in and spam stuff out, which we haven't had a lot of spammers today. That's great, but we're still playing with it. I got to see. I have a baby girl, and I like to help out And I like to do my own trading and kind of just like be quiet and look at charts. But I'll think about it. Right now, still, I should get my desk. Maybe once I'm fully set up, we'll think about doing that. Q's 2-hour curls up. Okay, Q's 2-hour turns up, positive territory. All right, let's see if a divergence forms here. The 30-minute curling down, that's what you also want to pay attention to. Very similar to the SPY. Notice what? Hey, you want to say those daily expected moves. Look at this. We almost go right up to it twice now. Look at that. Daily expected move, daily expected move. We knew it was kind of going to be a wonky day. Very, very good to pay attention to these moves. But 30-minute crosses down, negative territories there, a little bit further away. That's why we want to be paying attention to how we can get screwed. Maybe we do something like this, right? So we have to pay attention if this is actually going negative or if it's just going to go briefly negative and turn right back around. We want to trade like water. All right, Apple. This one it was going to look like a great trade setup. So 30-minute curls down. What do we have right beneath us? Negative territory. So this can get very scary on the way down. We can start to close some gaps, right? And so we could go test this level again. What I really think is still going to happen, which it's selling's coming in, and AMC and GME are making that move. So you notice that. Let's go look real quick. AMC and GME start going up. What happens to all these stocks? They start to fade. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Here, I'm going to do this, actually. We'll stay live for a second because they're making these moves. Let me just put a... Ooh, AMC. Good job. All right. I'm going to put a message. I'm going to just put a thing out on Patreon. Because I don't think we're even going to have time to make this video because it's happening like in real time. Let me just do this real quick for my Patreon people. And I think most people from Patreon are here, but I know that some people don't have time and they like the Patreon so that they can go watch a little breakdown video and go. But right now things are happening pretty quickly. What are we noticing? We're not even gonna keep doing the breakdown right now. I'm gonna have to stay live because AMC and GME are popping, so we don't want to miss anything. I'm gonna leave AMC up on my left screen here. And we're just going to click around and look at charts. Sorry if I'm not the best at, actually I can do this maybe. I can't see the damn chat though. I'm going to try to chat with you guys as much as possible, but I think we got to really keep our eye on this. This is the moment that things can start to get shaken up. So Apple's starting to fade the move. So really got to pay attention to Apple. Notice that AMC goes up by 4% in 30 minutes here. And actually in the 2 hour, yeah, in about 30 minutes here. GME going up by about 33%. Or what is this? Sorry, almost 9% in about 30 minutes here. And what do we notice right when that happens? Well, we're starting to see Apple sell off a little bit. Okay, so Apple's starting to see that pull down. And this is what can happen in the market. So we want to pay attention. Is the SPY pulling down? Not necessarily yet. Are the Qs? They're starting to look like they could fade here. So we're going to watch this for a little bit together. I'm not going to hop off and do the breakdown just yet, because we really have to pay attention to this. Hey, thank you so much, Rachel Lee, for taking the course. I really do appreciate that. Make sure to tune into the live video. If you're taking that course and you show up tomorrow, make sure to tune back into the live video and let me know if you liked anything. If there's anything that was a little bit confusing, maybe I could clarify it for you. Send me an email if you need to. Have any questions? Okay, so AMC, let me keep that up over here. Solid move there. we still want to pay attention. This is not the big move yet, right? You still want to pay attention to how you can get screwed over. But I'm really expecting the market to have weakness if this move really starts to blow up right now. Tesla, what do we notice here? Not the most strength. If the 30-minute curls up, we still take these into consideration, okay? The 30-minute curling up, positive territories right there. We can see a positive move. And then we want to watch if that 2-hour is able to curl up, go positive here. That could be a sign, but really worried about the head and shoulders and this GME AMC thing really shaking things up. Nvidia still getting higher and higher, higher and higher, higher and higher. That's why we have to be patient, right? If I take a short right here, well, it takes a lot of time. That position starts to get a little bit worse. Okay, AMC up now 8%, GME up 36%. AMD, this one here, let's see, we're going up to this level. Let's see if we've created that 2-hour divergence. Where are we at? Well, we're heading towards that weekly expected move. We're not fully there, but we do have divergence here now. So this is what I'm looking for. Look how it proves itself. I said this right when I tuned in, right when you tuned in live this morning. I said 2-hour divergence is what I'm looking for. Maybe we don't reach that weekly expected move because if this starts to confirm down, that's going to be a bad sign. You're really close to the center line here. Hopefully some people from Patreon are able to tune in right now. I didn't want to miss out because if I take the hour it takes to make that update video or the 40 minutes to an hour it takes, we might miss something. So I really hope that some Patreon people are getting over here. Meta curling up on the 2-hour, but that could start to fade. We want to just see, is the 30-minute going to confirm another upward move? As of right now, is pointing down. If that shifts back to the upside, now we can pay attention to what if the 30 minutes able to go back to green and we see a move. Okay, now we can pay attention to what a 2-hour. See if this triple divergence here, very, very steep, very close to the center line. Not a good look for Meta. That daily can turn back around, okay? Daily can turn back around. I know I'm not chatting with you guys. I'm focusing up. Okay, now AMC up 9.5, GME up 37%. Okay, so this 2-hour divergence, if we go create that, well, they might pump the stock to rip money away from retail, take that money, and then have to cover some positions for GME and AMC. I think that's very possible to happen here. Microsoft, what are we seeing here? Well, we're starting to see some weakness on the daily scale. We do have divergence here as well. So you got big divergence all the way across. Yeah, and flat divergence on the RSI. So even that's proving a little bit on the RSI there. Not a good sign on the daily scale for Microsoft. 2-hour, are we able to curl up? No, we weren't. 30-minute, are we going negative? Yes, we are. So 30 minutes going negative here. Remember, this thing can still go up. It can still go up if we're able to curl up into positive territory. So pay attention to a lot of these types of charts that look like they could curl up, and that might be brief. So I'd be very careful taking call side stuff here. Netflix, this one here, great divergence on Netflix. Manage that trade, right? Manage that trade because it's on a 30-minute. Is it on a 2-hour at the same time? Yes, it is. So manage that trade, manage that trade. Sorry about that. Is it on the daily in any way? Yes, it is. So if the daily crosses over, manage that trade, manage that trade. This tells you maybe take further out positions is what I would do in this scenario. That way, if a big move down does happen, I'm not forced to sell anything because of some weird bounce day or something like that. Amazon, this one here looked bullish. Now it's not seeing the strength it needs. It's not seeing the strength it needs. Okay, managing the trade. It's still fine. Still fine as of right now, but you get one more down bar on a 15-minute, you're probably not looking good on this play. Nvidia screaming higher, AMD holding higher, Meta. I'm trying to get through most of them. Okay. Look at gold. How's that reacting? Gold's still pushing higher. 2-hour. The next 2-hour bar for gold is going to be really important by the end of the day. And look at that bar by AMC. Very, very good. Positive territories there. That's why you subscribe to the channel. That's why you like, is because we're paying attention to these things. We don't have to be dumb with it. We can still play momentum. The momentum on this bar, I told you the 2-hour can cross and go positive. It's in positive territory. It's exactly what we pay attention to on other charts. the 30-minute right here telling you, hey, I'm positive, and that means I can see a positive move. There's that positive move. Now you can manage that trade on a 15-minute or something like that. But if you need to know how to manage your trade for AMC, I would highly encourage you to take the course. What did Bitcoin end up doing with all this so far? Looks like it's trying to curl up on the 2-hour. 4-hour went negative, still can curl up here. Daily hasn't crossed down yet, so be aware of the daily crossing down, but if that 4-hour turns back up, you might see positivity out of Bitcoin. Let's look at the dollar real quick. Weird. I really thought we would see the dollar start to scale up here as some insiders get out of the move. And the volatility starting to drop off a little bit, so we might see some kind of upward move here. I don't even know. I got to take my 2 positions out of this if this 30-minute crosses. This is pretty much where they don't want it to get above. They really do not want AMC above this level. I'll look at GME on my other computer or my other screen. Yeah, this is that first resistance coming up into GME, coming up into that resistance here. My face is just stoic as hell right now. I'm just trying to focus as hard as I can. See the resistance, first resistance coming in right here. This is what we said, this area for GME. Very, very important. What are we seeing? That's starting to come in just a little bit. So if this isn't going to be the big upward move, we might see the 15-minute breakdown and then see that curl right back up. So managing that trade, a very good habit right here. Oof, that looks like 5-minute divergence. Yeah, that doesn't look very good for gold right now. I think gold might actually turn down. If gold's not able to turn up on the 2-hour and the 30-minute rolls over, that's not the best sign. Let's go look at XLU. XLU getting close to the center line. If this starts to break down from here, then we're going to see a rug pull. Managing my trade real quick, and then I'm going to open up the chat to talk to you guys. All right, let's open up the chat. How are you guys doing? GME up 40%. Great channel. Thank you, Steve Davis. Really appreciate it. And Seth Jacobs, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for subscribing. We got people posting rocket ships in here. Luke, I thought you said Nvidia was going to crash. I sold all my shares late Friday. You realize it's going to crash probably over the next 1 to 5 years. And I didn't tell anyone to do anything. I said it's most likely going to crash. So you made a decision based on that. That's perfectly fine. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. You are probably getting into the mentality that exactly they want right here. Not to call, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, by the way. IP2, investigative journalist. Investigative journalist. Yeah, this is the manipulation that you're seeing in the overall market. And if you participate in the manipulation, in the manipulated stock, if you're a retailer and you're participating in a stock that is manipulated by the hedge funds, individual or the rich people, making it go higher, eventually they will rug pull you and it will be all over. You're outside of the weekly expected move right away today. Do not think that you made a bad decision. I'm $2,000 up on GME. Nice job, Morpando. Just remember, Morpando, you've taken that course. Keep managing that risk. You'll be just fine. This right here is a divert. So this is a signal that you would potentially take a short position, right? This is a signal that says weakness. This is a signal that I would pay attention to and say, hey, if that confirms down, we have divergence right here, and this could actually head lower if we cross that center line. So why would I be in the position to the upside? Yeah, Apple's a little bit difficult, but just be ready to react. That 30-minute cross is over. That's not going to be a good thing. The 2-hour has is not crossed up yet. So once you see that cross up, you can see a push, but that might be brief. Okay, that might be very brief. We're already coming up towards that weekly expected move. This is about learning how momentum works, Drake. Yeah, you're right. Not financial advice. This is overall just how you can pay attention to the signals, and the price for AMC was most likely to go up according to the last 2 hours of price action. And guess what? Now it's going up. GME, same thing. Now we're seeing it. Let's see. Let me go look at halts. Thank you guys for joining, especially if you're from the Patreon. I'm sorry I couldn't put out that update video for you, but I didn't want to miss out on anything. These moves started to happen very quickly. That's what's happening. Okay, I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I got to help grab baby girl. My wife hurt her hand, so I have to go help carry her in real quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to leave you guys on AMC just for a moment. Actually, why don't we leave you on GME? Let's change it up. GME on the 2-hour scale. Can that go positive? Still hasn't gone positive yet, guys. So you got to be a little contrarian on it, but good move. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Sorry, guys, I rushed. I really did. I tried my best. I'm back. What happened? What happened? All right, someone update me. You guys are here to watch me and talk about stocks, but you guys are updating me. Maybe I'm wrong, but AMC just looks like a daily bear flag to me. It does. It does. Now, here's the thing. So if you do full research on the manipulation in the market, you're also going to see times where in some trading platforms, GME did these spikes to take stops out. It did these spikes and people started to get their stops taken out. And you're not seeing that on my chart, right? You're not going to see that on the GME chart. Around this area, people had stops. And actually, there were little spikes for split seconds that took out those stops. So everything is manipulated. That's why I'm not using a stop right now. That's why I'm being very diligent, just watching my trade. So this, even this right here, this behavior, they could be purposely making this behavior to have people like me say it's a bear flag. I'm not going to say it's a bear flag until it starts to break through, till it crosses down and goes negative. Then I can start to say that. But right now, what does this look like? It looks like strength in positive territory. Long AMC, let's go, Tobes. Tobes. Ooh. Does this work? There are a lot more potential on AMC. I think AMC is the hidden gem. It's in positive territory. This actually tells you this is the stronger chart. And I'm not hating on GME. I respect GME, and I think GME is going to do a great thing. But this is, the chart is telling me that AMC is going to be a little stronger than expected. But we don't know until we know how many naked shorts there really are. AMC, next resistance. You already broke through here. You're at the gap. Oh, gap fill. Gap fill. So 550, pretty much 550. 550. And then you would say, well, we have to go into a 30-minute to really see it, but yeah, you see, remember we have this level right here marked off, like 559. And then I would say something like 626. But if you get past 729, that's going to be a very good thing. Hey, Luke, do you need 25K in your portfolio? Or does it all have to be invested in order to day trade? Can some of your money be on the sidelines? I mean, yes, it can, I believe. Someone who runs into that problem with the 25K problem, day trading, they like halt your day trades. If you do 4 of them or whatever, they stop them. They give you like a 90-day hiatus or whatever. Can someone mention that? I believe you can just have $25,000 in the account is all you need. You don't need them all in trades at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Who's buying AMC? This isn't retail volume, it's institutional volume. Seems strange to see institutional warfare like this. It's not institutional warfare. Most likely you're going to see volume that is sketchy and looking crazy like in the past. This volume here is most likely, if you see massive amount of volume, it's going to be short sellers covering, okay? So this massive volume over here, especially for GME, this volume that was here was like a billion, like it was billions of dollars or something like that. So retail is not capable of that fast. So that just tells you retail is capable of maybe this first move, but to continue that move, that's absurd. Retail can't do this. So something fishy is happening here, which means that maybe this was someone having to cover a position. And that's what I think is going to happen here. And now you have to say, with the things coming out, if a lot of them do that at the same time, that's what happened. Not 25 million, 25K, 25,000. Yeah, 25 million total gives you a margin account, which means unlimited trades, basically. I just want to understand who's buying this AMC. Yes, that's true. The 90-day rule is now permanent. Ooh. Ooh, that's rough. It's permanent? That's silly. That is silly. You just have to have it in the account. It has to be a total of 25K at the end closing day. Okay, there you go. There you go. Wieldy Dragoon and his land just updated you on that a little bit there. No T+3 or whatever they call it. Yeah, T1, unlimited trades, basically. No T+3 or whatever. There's your margin account, which means unlimited trades, basically. No T+1. Yeah, so that's a different subject, but... Oh, okay. 25K makes it that. Okay. AMD put volatility seems to be going up. Now, be careful, because once you see the shift, it might be the algorithm kicking in as well. AMD, this is a not the best signal. And look at this. You're saying it ticked up, but I just want to show you calls in general. Look where they are now. We're down towards the call side. We're finally below that 0.8 that I was talking about, right? We went down below 0.8 finally. And now what are we noticing? Maybe in the market, we're going to see some stuff ripped away. Notice that now we're seeing red right as that goes below 0.8 for a little bit of time there. A little bit of red coming in. XLU still hasn't dropped off yet on the 30-minute though. So XLU hasn't dropped off yet. If this drops off, then it could be GG's for the stock market. Tesla, this one here, we still want to see if this can go positive. We have to take in the consideration here of the individual stocks. Apple looking like a little weak here. If that can cross over and go negative, that would not be a good sign. Amazon starting to give up this move. Nvidia, let's see if this tops out by end of day. Very, very possible. AMD maybe tops out. I'm still looking at that 2-hour divergence. Meta crossed down. Will this 2-hour confirm downside? That would be a big confirmation there. Microsoft, this here already turning down. 30-minute could still turn back up. We pay attention to the individual stocks, guys. Now we're paying attention. Let's look at a 30-minute for a little bit, because this will be a fight. Do not think it's just going to be a straight shot, especially during market hours. They can do fishy stuff once the market closes. They actually can do probably more fishy stuff while the market's open, actually. I can't necessarily tell you if it would be good. I can tell you that the signals to pay attention to. Okay? So the time where you want to pay attention to downside is going to be if this crosses down on this MACD. Because look how close it is to the center line, which means I'm going from a positive trend to a negative one. So if this goes into a negative trend, breaks through this very important level. Isn't this level important? Look at this level. Very important. 453.08 is what I'd pay attention to for some kind of bounce, and then we could see something like that happen. So we're paying attention to this, but the main signal is if the MACD crosses, you can be contrarian for a moment. If that goes negative, then downside is very likely. Yeah, and last time it happened after hours, and you're right about the halts. That's why the main stuff, like halts, can really affect it during market hours. The after hours stuff is if they like buy and sell or something like that. AMC chart, yeah. We're on the AMC chart. CAT system should mitigate a lot of manipulation now, thankfully, so may not be as big of a fight as we think. Well, you have to think it's, yes, but what if they, right now, there's no real, it would hold them accountable, but how would it hold them accountable? I'm not necessarily seeing any kind of punishment as of right now that is put in the books. Now, I did see someone post that they could lose their license, they could blah, 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 but I don't necessarily see it in the books for like what would actually happen to them if they're caught up in that, which also could be a scary thing from their perspective. They don't know what could happen to them, right? That could be a scary perspective as well. So it's kind of like a weird gray area. I just want $20 to $25 for AMC. That's decent. I think it has potential to go to 40, but we're seeing it, drop off a little bit. There it is. Look, it's controlled. It wouldn't be able to roll heavy shorts any longer. The CAT system plus, well, you have to add in the T+1. The T+1 really affects that rolling over of the buying and selling of that position in between the 3 days, right? But now it's only going to be 1 day. The CAT system would about balance traders end of each day. That's very true. I think you're pretty spot on there. I don't think they would be able to really just keep rolling the position like they did 3 years ago. And Landon, I hope that was helpful about Meta. That's pretty much as helpful as I can be there. If everyone gets rich off of AMC, you guys might want to take that course to make sure you know how to manage that money. Solid move, man. Solid. I'm just going to click around on my other charts. I'm leaving you guys on AMC for a moment, but I'm going to click around just to see. Gold has not confirmed the move higher on the 2 hour. That's the first note. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. I'm just going to scan through, and if I see something important, I'll pull it up on the screen. 4 hour hasn't curled up for Bitcoin yet, but the daily hasn't rolled fully over. Bitcoin in positive territory now, but hasn't rolled over on the MACD just yet. So E500 trying to hold up. Mara, you do not look strong here. Mara could set up a head and shoulders. We'll see. SMCI looks like it's about to roll over on the 30-minute. It could go negative if it does so. The 2 hour has not curled up yet, and watch out if that 30-minute rolls over. You might get rejection instead of a curl up on the 2 hour for SMCI. Palo Alto, great divergence for Palo Alto on the 2 hour, and it did confirm on this bar. Daily looks like it's going to roll over for Palo Alto if it keeps seeing weakness, so be a little cautious there. We can still see the 30 minutes near positive territory for Palo Alto, so you got to be open to multiple things here. Netflix just seeing trickle down selling. Watch out if we get one more pop higher. It might be a fake out move to get you trapped on the 30 minute. But the 2 hour divergence looks pretty good, and you got some solid rejection at that level. So kind of have triple divergence on the RSI, pretty damn significant. So Netflix look like it's going to experience weakness over the next few weeks. Google has not curled up on the 2 hour. None of this looks too important right now. So I'd be paying attention to 2 hour and 30 minute. If 30 minute rolls down, weakness. If 2 hour curls up, strength for Google. Microsoft rolled down on its 30 minute, but it is in negative territory, kind of flagging right now. Looks like another move down could happen. Watch out if we create a divergence. We could get some kind of fake out. 2 hour pointing down. And the daily not close to crossing yet for Microsoft. Meta, daily's in negative territory, so be cautious here. 2 hour did curl up. If that curls back down, you're still flagging for Meta though. If that 30 minute can turn back up, good things. If the 2 hour turns down for Meta, bad things. AMD is still screaming higher in this overall move. 2 hour divergence is forming. This is exactly what we were talking about. Let's see if we see some weakness here. But we have to see that weakness, guys. We can't try to front run anything. We need to make sure these signals confirm and then manage the trade. Nvidia, 2 hour just screaming higher. Actually a divergence on the 2 hour RSI, not the MACD at the same time. So a pullback likely on the 2 hour. 30 minute here is showing you a little bit of divergence on the MACD and a flat divergence on the RSI at the same time. So a pullback most likely scenario for Nvidia here. I would say right at gap support, which is right around $1,020. Amazon triple divergence really starting to fade. 15 minute, did that cross? 15 minute hasn't crossed, but it really looks like it's about to. Manage that trade if you're in Amazon. Make sure you're managing that trade. All right, you're playing on a 30 minute, so if you took the course, you know exactly what to do. And Tesla's starting to fade this move. You did curl up with divergence on like a 15 minute almost. Not necessarily on the closing bar though, so that's the problem here. 15 minute not able to go positive for Tesla. But if that 30 minute curls up, it could be a positive thing. If the 2 hour curls up, it could be a positive thing. Wonder if that 30 minute just rejects here. Tesla looks just a little iffy. Apple finally seeing some downward pressure here on the 30 minute. Not crossed on the MACD yet, but very close to negative territory, so be careful. Just be careful. We could be ripped around a little bit, guys. XLU. Utilities. Actually going higher here. Utilities looks like it might cross on the 2 hour. So if the market follows utilities, we actually could see an upward move. So just be cautious. Utilities is the crash signal we're paying attention to. But the Qs are starting to see a little bit of weakness. SPY starting to see a little bit of weakness. Let's look at volatility. Not a lot happening on a 2 hour. Let's switch to a 30 minute, by the way, for AMC. You see that fade? You think retail's really selling because of a move up to 537? You really think retail's selling that? They ain't selling that. I think they don't want to get it above 550. Volatility, it has not turned down on that 2 hour yet. The 30 minute wasn't able to turn over just yet. So if that volatility turns down, then we might see a upward move in the market. Dollar starting to base out here though. Dollar's really trying to base out here on the dollar. That 4 hour turns up, that might not be good, right? That 2 hour is about to curl up for the dollar. If the 2 hour can confirm for the dollar, we might get a sell off today. TLT ended up dropping back down. Good thing you're managing that trade, right? 30 minute. Now you have divergence on the RSI, not on the MACD at the same time. So managing that trade, very good thing to do. And it told you to, if you're managing the trade, it told you to get out at 91.20. You are now at 90.57 for TLT, which means the yields are heading higher pretty dramatically. 2 hour crossed up. Possible divergence formed here on the 2 hour for the 10-year yield. 4 hour possible 4 hour divergence, but that thing is screaming higher. Daily just crossed up on the 10-year yield. Daily is crossing up on the 10-year yield right now. And it's a pretty good swing trade buy signal. You're really close to positive territory, so these yields might go nuts. TLT might start to go down now. Volatility has crossed on the daily scale. Okay, we got through everything there. We got through everything. We're going to go back over to the charts here on my main screen. That way we can watch some of this stuff. I'm going to go to my trading list on my other screen and then talk to you guys for a bit. Thank you guys for joining from Patreon. It's just some crazy things started to happen, so we need to pay attention right now. 15-minute, looks like it could roll over for AMC. Okay, so let's go over to AMC real quick. 15-minute, remember, if this starts to roll over, this could roll all the way back down before it wants to curl up again. But remember, we got into positive territory pretty good on the 15-minute. So if that curls down, pay attention because that might not be the moment, but this one might be. This might be the fake out move. They want to fake you out. They do not want you in these stocks right now. GameStop, similar thing, right? Screaming up into positive, even further up in positive territory. So if this curls back down, watch out. If that curls right back up, that might be a fake out. Hold on one sec. She brought me a sandwich. I'm still here, though. I'm reading chat now. I'll look at Lucy in 1 second. I gotta pee. I'm literally gonna run. I gotta pee. I'm running. I'm running up the stairs, and then I'll look at Lucy and the spy and everything else that you guys are commenting about. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you so much for subscribing, Cameron. Thank you for subbing. All right, what do you guys want to look at? Fifi, we talked about a little bit earlier. I get this coffee out of the way. I've got a protein shake. I got a sandwich. Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. Now, this one here we were talking about on the 30-minute. Curling up positive territory, right? We need to get to positive territory. So the 2 hour does not look that bad for this right now. You just want that to go positive. That would confirm, hey, there could be some, the probabilities are with you at this point that there's upside in FFIE. Are we going to test 22 bucks on GME? It depends. There's going to be manipulation in this. So if we are going to, watch for that 15-minute to curl down, curl right back up. Let me see. USO, so oil. Oof. 30-minute went well positive here, so now you have the chance for a pullback and positive trend to continue. 2 hour went positive and you had divergence down here, so oil can really start to catch a bid here. You see the divergence? Okay, cool. Now we get a big upward move. 30-minute going towards resistance. This pulls back, curls right back up. That's what I'd be looking out for. 47, Guelo, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate the subscription. Thank you guys for liking the video. You guys are doing fantastic today, liking this video. We're seeing a lot of new subscribers come in, so awesome, awesome, awesome. We love to see it. Thank you guys for being here and asking questions dedicated to learning. Tesla's not a good looking trade setup. It does have head and shoulders. It's just if that 30-minute does not go positive, it's not going to look good. Steve Davis, you're welcome. Okay. I'm not an FFIE person. I haven't done my research fully on it. I'm just doing the technical side. If the 2-hour curls up, that would be confirmation that there is a high probability of upside as you're in a positive trend on the 2-hour. The 30-minute and the 15-minute, they look wonky. HLTH. You think there's a squeeze in this bad boy? Well, let's see. 30-minute divergence right away. We don't even need this to load. Look at that, 30-minute divergence at the same time. So this one here, if you can get another green bar here, hey, contrarian bullish signal if you get a green bar on the histogram here, and then you want to see if that can go positive, and you got to manage that trade, guys. You got to manage your trades on a day like this. The Dow's been getting crushed. Yeah, we pointed out the Dow getting crushed, and the Dow's been kind of leading. Before the market went extremely higher, the Dow went higher. Scuba Steve, why am I I've said all bullish things. Bullish on this stock. Nothing bearish today, bro. Well, nothing bearish, you're right. There's nothing bearish here for the SPY. Nothing bearish here for the SPY. We haven't even seen the setup that I was talking about. If this curls down and goes into negative territory, then we'd start to be bearish on the 30-minute because that is a negative trend. But that's only on the 30-minute. The 2-hour, still positive. So if that 2-hour curls up, boom, positivity. So even if that 30-minute curls over, if that's brief, turns right back around, 2-hour crosses up, positivity's on its way. XLU kind of going higher as well. So Q, same thing. If the 2-hour can curl up here, positivity could be on its way. I'd really start to watch out towards 463.96. XLU, you see how this is about to cross? That means the market could follow this. Okay, so we could see upside here in the market. All right. Keep commenting. I'll look at charts and things like that. I think the SPY, you really want to see if this 30-minute is going to cross. I'll have AMC up on my other screen. 15-minute. If that curls down, it's not the moment, but if it can curl back up, then we can start to talk about it again. Oh, utilities might have done okay for you. Utilities might have done okay for you. They've seen quite the run up. No reversal signal here for me. You know, 2-hour can pop up, but you have a good probability if this 2-hour is going to pop up, especially without divergence down here on a 30-minute. Good chance that you're going to see this start to go like this. Get some kind of lower high, just because you're pretty far down into negative territory, but we'll still pay attention. I mean, just pay close attention to your 2-hour, 30-minute charts here. Daily side, you're definitely rolling over. Yeah, and then if daily can flip up, maybe you create a double top or divergence if you're going to see strength. You can look at DJT. This thing had a lot of short interest at first. There you go. Curls up on the 2-hour. Can this go positive? Still, in this point, you're still pretty low, right? We were talking about how DJT, someone was saying, there's something really good here. We're going to see this go ballistic to the upside. And I said, well, my chart's saying divergence and that we're going to see a downfall. And look at that, we see a downfall. So now we're going into an area where we're bouncing from. Okay, cool. 2-hour curls up. Can it go positive? That's the next big step. You're pretty far down on the MACD, so watch out for a lower high or something double top like, maybe a triple divergence. But as of right now, 30-minute didn't really have solid divergence here, but able to go positive on the 30-minute. That's a good thing. If the daily can turn back up, then you're real bullish here. Swing trader would love this. Swing trader would love this above the 200. But the 2 hour curled up right here. It said, hey, if you want to be a contrarian, you don't really have a lot of reversal signals here. But if that can go positive, hey, positivity's there. You just want to see, is the SPY going to curl up on this 2 hour? Maybe it does it right at the end of the day. Sorry if you hear me eating. I don't want to turn off and on this mic, but I'm crunching on some sandwich. AMC hasn't crossed down on the 15-minute. We're still managing the trade, right? And if I see setups, you know, if this stuff starts to fade down, I still probably do have to hop off definitely in the next like 30 minutes to an hour or so. I got to do some other work. I wish I didn't, but I probably have to soon, but we'll watch it for as long as we can. Sorry, that was my shaker. Oof, that was just ugly. Then you have 30-minute divergence, rejection here, divergence on the RSI. You see some kind of bounce here for DJI. Almost said DJT, Dow Jones. Usually we don't go down in a straight line, so Dow Jones can bounce here and the market can bounce with it. Maybe we see that 2 hour divergence we were talking about. I don't know who was saying we're really, really bearish. We're just like, hey, we're paying attention to stuff, but we haven't even made the signal that we're looking for to get really bearish. Perfectly fine to be careful. Minute rolls over for the IWM. That would not be a good sign. But 2 hour curls up, that would be a good sign. So you kind of have contradicting things here, but you would have to say on the 30 minutes in positive territory. So not the best look on the 30-minute. Yeah, 2 hour curled up. That's a strong, strong bar. But my goodness, it doesn't look like the best. Okay, he just curled up on the daily, so you would say I don't really want to fight against that daily divergence. Or not divergence, sorry, that daily crossing of the MACD right by positive territory. So if this daily goes positive, you might see a bunch of positivity here for Virgin Galactic. But still, you have to do a lot of things. This 30-minute can't go negative. This 2 hour can't roll back around. You're not positive yet on the 2 hour. You can't be too confident in this move yet. Manage that trade, okay? You like that one? Manage it. You know, if you just manage it, even without the signals underneath it, you'll be fine. HYD still breaking down here, so this is the smart money, not in the move. Dollar. 2 hours still pretty far away from the center line. That's the problem with the dollar. Ooh, downward move here. All right. This 30-minute crosses, I have to manage my risk here. I got to take some out of volatility and put it back in maybe by the end of the day. All right, good. Things chilled out, and that's what they needed to happen. They needed it to chill out, because if these things just started to go ballistic, it can get pretty ugly. Ooh, gold not looking good there. Gold rolls over on this 30-minute. You might go make a 30-minute divergence. You actually might cut this low. Possible double bottom form, or possible new low that creates a divergence for gold, if this can cross over and go negative. So I can watch the 15-minute. Now, if the 15-minute just curls right back up, the big move might still be up from here. 2 hour, because yeah, the 2 hour looks like it wants to cross. So if the 15-minute curls down, curls right back up, the 2 hour can cross. I'm going to go into a 15-minute. Because if the 15-minute crosses over, this might be a fake push down, or it might be a real push down. You know, you have to pay attention to that. So managing the risk would say, if this can cross on this MACD, downside is there, but then I can watch and see if that's able to rotate back up. That's maybe the bigger moment. That's a solid move, though. I'm sure actual like you know, GME live shows are just going nuts right now. It's very up and positive for GME. The likelihood that you go all the way back down pretty low on the 15 minutes. So I think maybe we do something like this. Gold, interesting. Oil still seeing strength. That USO trade that someone had me look at looked pretty cool. That was a good little setup down here. Look at this setup. It's not bad. Multiple point divergence. Looks a lot like the Microsoft play. Tom, you like 22? I can see that. I mean, we broke through resistance. Where was that resistance? Resistance was 22.25. Maybe a little higher like this, 22.39. So we could come all the way back down to there, and then maybe we scoop back up. A good level to pay attention to, Tom. I like it. Or GME. If you guys want me to look at other stocks, by the way, you can shout them out. I'm just trying to eat at the same time. Gotta keep my energy a little high. I've been sitting in this chair leaning forward. Oh! Yeah, we just looked at this one, but this one here, Virgin Galactic, it's not the best setup in the world. There's not really anything on the 2 hour, like 30-minute or 2 hour. The only thing you got here is, you know, possible higher low, curling up. The good part here is it curled up on the daily scale, close to the center line. So I wouldn't necessarily fight against it, but you'd say if this can go positive, that's more of a big moment, in my opinion. No, you're good. You're good, Gamer God. Celsius. Oh, that is a bad look. Sorry, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII, the classic. Okay, there's a right here. You had a rejection diversion. I'm surprised that doesn't pop up on a 30-minute. Oh, it does pop up. Okay. So look at the 30-minute divergences all across this big move up. And look how many times they screw you over in this move, right? You can convince yourself right here it's going to go down, and then they screw you over, it goes up, then it goes down, they screw you over, it goes back up. And then a big drop happens right on this bar. So this is managing that trade on a 15-minute if you're doing it on the 30-minute. Good divergences here. Is there potential for a bounce? Sure, you're very oversold. But I would think that the direction is chosen here. Maybe we build up towards that center line and then we see that curl back down. We want to see if we're continuing that negative trend. GameStop looks good. Now, real quick for GameStop, still, the 30-minute is positive. So you would say this, the 30-minute looks good. It's in a positive trend. So that is a good thing for upside. The only problem is the 2-hour is still negative, so that's not very good. So you need this 2-hour to go positive, and you notice right when it's like trying to go positive, we keep getting these selling in. The selling comes in. So these are going to be complicated trades. You always want to be managing your risk. And yeah, this is what you want to see. You're going to see manipulation in this move. But overall, I mean, if AMC looks good, then I'd expect GME is good as well. And if GME looks good, then AMC looks good. AMC crossed up on its 2-hour on this bar and is in positive territory. It's a lot different. So AMC looks like the better, more simple trade setup for upside. I hope GameStop is going down. Well, it is going down right now. Do you have a trade on it? Why is Nvidia up 7%? It's probably, you know, the reason that Nvidia is up in general is because they're manipulating the move, keeping it higher. And we told you multiple times, if people keep trying to short this early, it will keep squeezing. It doesn't mean this is a good trade to hold on to, because right when everyone flips to calls, they will rip it away. All right? Like just look at this 15-minute, look at your 30-minute, and tell me that this looks like a great time to buy based on these signals. It does not. This looks awful. As far as a buy right now. If I wanted to be bullish on Nvidia, I'm still bullish. I'm not saying this is like super bearish. I'm saying this says we need a pullback. And then that pullback could be brief. We could just move sideways. We could then see this pull down to the center line and curl back up. And then that's the moment we would say, okay, now this is potentially a decent buy area. That's how you would do it based on these indicators here. But this is not a signal you want to see before taking an upside play. You can't go to calls on Nvidia at this level. That's just amateur hour. Need a pullback. Yeah, see, if you see this signal and you're buying calls, then honestly, you need to probably not do options. At least just trade the individual stocks so you don't lose all your money. Like, you're going to lose money, and then you might as well sell here and lose, I don't know, 8% instead of losing 100% of an option play. This is not a good setup. It's not a good setup on that. It's not a good setup on the 2-hour. It's not a good setup on the daily. It's just not. If anything, you have daily divergence that could form here, and I guarantee you, like, this is not a good setup. And I guarantee you, it's not a good setup because it will create bad habits with you. If you made money on this move by buying a call here and it goes up, and you think you did something right, it's just bad trading. Yeah, you're being rewarded for it, which is almost worse because now your negative, your bad behavior, your bad trading habit is being rewarded. And that's not good. But if you're being smart and you look at that short volume going up, retail trying to short this, then that's a smart play. But it's just, you know, I wouldn't mess around with it because I could flip around very quickly. Ooh, Apple crossed over. Let's look at Apple first, and then I'll go over to AMD. Oh, I clicked on AMD. Screw it. Okay, what did I say AMD was going to? I said 174.50. Where's it at right now? 174.37. All right, so 2-hour. Now we're going to see this probably ripped away by the end of the day. Unless we see absolute blow off top in AMD, where it just starts screaming higher and gets short squeezed to oblivion. I think based on these signals, the highest probability is AMD and Nvidia fade by the end of the day. That is the probability right now. But they are squeezing, so am I going to take a play on this? No, because retail most likely keeps trying to short this. What most likely is happening here too is maybe they want to pump the stocks of AMD, Nvidia, big players are in there. Then they're going to rip it away, take retail's money on Nvidia, and then put that towards their short selling positions in AMC and GME to cover some of that. They need liquidity, so they're going to try to rip liquidity from retail before they use their own money. Makes total sense. But the probability that we drop from here is 68%. 68% that we end up lower than here by Friday close. Same with Nvidia, by the way. 68% that we end lower here by Friday, lower than here by Friday close. Lower than here, actually. What else was I looking at? Apple. Still likely to curl up on this MACD. You still have to pay attention to a 2-hour. Pay attention to how you can get screwed. We have not curled over on the 30-minute. We're busting out of the zone. We're testing the top of it. Now we make a big upward move. That makes you mad if you're trying to short this thing early. And then you give up and you say, screw it, I'm not trading Apple. And then you forget to look at a 2-hour signal, which is this goes up here. We have a divergence. And then we have triple divergence across the way. That's what I'd pay attention to for Apple. Patience is a very important thing. SPY closed today. I don't know where it will close today, but I'm going to say there's a 68% chance it closes between these red lines. That's what the options market told me. I just did the math. GME is the play. Awesome. If it goes positive on the 2-hour, awesome. The good part about GME is the daily is still positive. Okay, so on the daily scale, it's still a positive trend. This was a pullback as of right now. This is not a downfall of GameStop until this goes negative and goes into a negative trend. As of right now, positive trend. So if this curls up on this MACD, we can see a big upward move. And I think that move's coming soon. It's already starting. It's already starting. Do you really think that retail sold all their shares at? You really think they were saying 26.67 is going to be the highest that GME goes? I don't think so. I think that someone's manipulating the stock. Actually, I don't think that someone's manipulating the stock. I know that someone's manipulating the stock. Because weirdly enough, you're going to just notice a bunch of things going on right now. Weird. GME starts to sell off and Nvidia starts to pump at the same time. It's like they're using money that they're selling to retail traders to most likely short this even harder to keep the stock down. Oh, Starbucks. Damn, my back killing me right now. Thank you guys so much for joining. 199 people in here. Thank you to the new subscribers. Really appreciate you guys. Make sure that if you like this trading style, you can go into the description. We have a course that is on sale for $100. Literally only $100 for 3 more days. You have 3 more days to get it for $100. We'll see if I extend that by the end of the week. Some people saying that they get paid next week, so I want to make sure that everyone's available to get that. But very, very good there. Teach you about how to get out of a trade and not get screwed by this rigged market. Now, Starbucks on the 2-hour curled over. It curled over. And now you're seeing this happen. So you might say, oh, well, this has to break down. Well, it doesn't have to break down. It's not in a negative trend yet. Not in a negative trend yet, right? We're not down here on the 2-hour. But we do have a daily that's most likely in negative territory, so that's something to worry about. But I want to make sure I'm not getting screwed by any play. If I took a 2-hour short position, okay, well, this is curling up. If this curls up and goes positive, this can be very bad for my trade. So pretty much you have to say this. It's good to be open to both sides because then you can pay attention to how you can not get screwed. If this curls up and goes positive on a 30-minute, you're most likely going to see positivity. That's not good for a short position, in case you were wondering. Now, the 2-hour curling down, if this is able to go negative, that is good for a short position. So those are the 2 things you want to pay attention to. I would say this. If the 30-minute, kind of wonky behavior, I'd kind of like to see a pop on the 30-minute like this. Get this up in this area and then curl right back down. I think that would be very good. And Ben Petcher, thank you so much for joining. Apple's trying really hard to curl down on this 30-minute, but it's also trying really hard to curl up on the 2-hour. You need to react based on which one happens. And I would say that the upside is going to be pretty limited here based on the weekly expected move for Apple that is given out on our Patreon, okay, down in the description. But so if Apple makes some kind of pop like this, people might be like, yes, this crossed, it's positive trend, awesome. We could squeeze, but you have to be open to the fact that you have a 68% chance to land down if you get up to this area, and you have a triple divergence on the MACD, and you have a triple divergence on the RSI. So if all that proves, this would be a terrible place to go long based on the signals. It'd be a terrible place. So that can rotate back down. Now from there, you manage the trade, but why is that bad? Well, you can go into a negative trend, which means bad things can happen to Apple. Okay, and 2 hours like to roll over dailies. Look at that daily. It's up here. So if Apple wanted to see continued strength later, I'm not saying it has to crash or anything like that. I'm just saying Apple probably needs a pullback if we make a higher move. We see that daily get close to the center line, curl back up. Awesome. Awesome. Maybe it's just like this. Awesome. I don't care. But I'm paying attention to the signals right now. Right now we're at a point where 2 hour crosses up, positivity, 30-minute crosses down, negativity. Keeping it simple. Do I need to pay for any additional software? I don't believe so. I mean, I think you're using the amount of indicators that's free on TradingView. No, I don't think you have to pay for anything, June. You just pay for the course, that's it. We use indicators that are free to everyone. I try to keep things as simple and cheap for you as possible. That way anyone can take the course and anyone can start to create good habits. And even if you have $1,000 and you really learn how to create good habits, you can start to trade and actually make money in a market as long as you focus on everything that is in the course, make sure you are taking a good setup, and then make sure to manage the trade. FSLR. Oh yeah, we'll look at McDonald's again too. Ooh, that doesn't look good. That looks like a bunch of divergence on a 30-minute. Oof, that doesn't look good. What's the 2 hour look like? Is that about to cross? Yeah, I think you need that 2 hour pullback. This 30-minute here, this is a strong move. It's very bullish. But the 2 hour needs some kind of pullback. So at this area, I wouldn't be saying, hey, I want to go long. I'd be saying, hey, if this beats down a little bit and then curls back up, right, gets down to the center line, 2 hour chart's what I'd pay attention to there. Looks like a good strong move though. But 30-minute divergence is there. Not looking pretty. Would I short it? That's a big bullish move, so it's kind of bad to short big bullish moves in stocks like this. But hey, if that dips down, this could be a bullish potential. If you wanted to try to do anything for downside here, you just got to manage the trade. Is the course online and live? Yeah, it's a video course, so I'm like talking to you pretty much, and yeah, you just go through and you learn about everything in a specific order. And then at the end, I added on how to not get screwed, how to know when to get out of a trade. So, and you have it forever. It doesn't go away after a month or something. And added content isn't extra. Anything I add to it, you get it. And people who bought the course already can attest to it. You all went over this weekend and I saw you guys were watching it. You guys were watching that video. That's awesome. All right, McDonald's. Let's look at McDonald's real quick. Mickey D's. This one was ugly. You do have a 30-minute divergence right now, but that's very ugly. But 30-minute divergence can turn around 2 hours, so potential for a bounce. The only problem with this divergence is not that significant, right? We're very far away from the center line. We're very far away from the center line on the RSI as well. We're still in oversold conditions with the divergence, not usually the best sign. And the 2 hour is just way down. So if you play a bounce here, that's exactly what it'll be. Most likely is some kind of dead cat bounce, and then that just gets ripped away. So I don't even know if it would be that big. You could just move sideways here. I'd just be careful with it. Once again, it's really hard to take calls on a stock that is just crashing dramatically with this type of price action, right? If it looked more like this, nice bounce, this, some tapering. Okay, we tapered. Awesome, divergence, go up. We're not oversold too bad when we make the divergence, but this isn't even tapering right now. This is just down, right? You're not even tapering here. You're just down, right? So what you'd want to see is maybe a bounce like this, and then you go like this, and then this angle changes, right? See how the angle would change? That means momentum dying out, then that signal would look pretty good, but I could understand taking the play. I could understand it. You just got to really manage stuff like these. I love that you're adding to the course as your channel grows. Thanks for keeping that structure and great lesson update. Yeah, it's if it's important, and I want to make it a complete thing. So if there's something that we see as, I don't think anything's missing from it right now, but just enough people come live and ask a certain question, then we're going to tackle that.
we're going to tackle that scenario. And a lot of people saying, I'm struggling because I don't know when to get out and this market's really screwing me. Okay, well, we talk about a lot live how to not get screwed, so why don't I make a video about it? It ends up being one of the most powerful things I ever put out. It's so good. Let's look here. What creates margin call is like if I'm short selling and then the stock remains at a higher level, I might get margin called. Bad bond auction, Pablo. Let's see here. First of all, see this 2 hour divergence is more steep. Do you see this one? Leads to a good bounce there. This looks decent. You got head and shoulders. So I'm trying to eat right now. So left, head, right shoulder, breaking through. Maybe you get a retest. So as of right now, 2 hours getting a little bit overbought. So you'd say 30-minute. What do we have here? We have a divergence, okay? So most likely you're going to see some kind of dip down. And if this is going to remain bullish, you're going to see it remain in positive territory and be able to curl back up. That would be a good sign for the next upward move for fuel cell. Good trade setup on the 2 hour down there, though. Nvidia, Amazon, fading the move. What are you scratching? Is AMC showing weakness? Oh shoot, I had the chat up, I couldn't see. Yeah, you just want to pay attention to the a little bit shorter time frame because this stuff's going to move pretty quick. Hasn't crossed down on the MACD yet on the 15-minute, but yeah, you would say this is weakness. Now, is this saying to get out of everything, do not take upside? Not yet. Not yet. Maybe on the next 15-minute bar, we see a red impression, and that would be like, okay, maybe do it. And then if that curls back up, that would say back to positivity. The reason that is just because if you cross over right here, you're still close to the center line. So you can go negative here, which means bad things for the price. But if we can curl down, curl right back up, good things for the price. But that hasn't even happened yet. So it still means good things for the price overall until we get that confirmed move. The RSI hasn't even crossed the center line either, guys. The RSI can cross first. It's more the leading indicator too. So it hasn't even crossed over. So not too worried. This is showing weakness, but is it showing reversal in a positive trend just yet? It's in a positive trend. It's not showing it's going negative yet. Decent little SPY sell. Someone did ask about the SPY. Sorry, I'm trying to eat in between. It's very difficult right now. Huh. Is that the most subtle divergence on the 15-minute? No, it's not. Okay. It's on the MACD, it's just not on the RSI, so most likely there's a dip here. Are you doing options the same time you're talking? Yes, it is very difficult. Usually I am not streaming by now and I can focus on those options, but I did pretty well. I'm just managing risk on mainly volatility. So on my other screen, I keep clicking over to this, and this 30-minute didn't cross over. See how it rejected? So I didn't have to do any kind of management there. If this would have crossed over, I have 4 positions. I want to keep 2 just in case something crazy happens. So if this would have crossed over, my risk management says, hey, get out, and then get back in if that crosses back up. So I would sell 2 positions, see that beat down, curl back up, reapply those 2 positions so I don't lose too much in this move. You're by far the realist. It makes sense. Hey, thanks, Todd. Todd Brain. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. I try not to fake you guys out. I try to give as good of info as I can and show you guys how like trading actually can be. I mean, I don't know if this is like simple to everyone, but in my brain, it's simple. Google? Yeah, we can look at Google. In my brain, it's like simple. If this crosses down, I sell. If it curls back up, the real move is there, I buy. And maybe that's breaking it down too simple, but I think talking about it simply is a very good thing. Those yields, my God, those are going higher. 1.2%. Google? Yeah, let's go look at Google. Oof. So you got to still pay attention. That 30-minute crossing down right now looks very likely. Now, if that's going to turn right back up, you start to see that turn right back up, 2 hour, okay? 2 hour turns up, positive territory. You make another point of divergence up here for like a double top. That would be very interesting. And one thing to pay attention to, that's all you need to know, Landon. If that 30-minute crosses down, it's not looking good, but if you start to see other signals in that direction, right? So if I was looking at this and I say, oh, if this 30-minute crosses down, it could go negative, so that's not a good thing, and we could head down from here. Now, I need multiple reasons to take a trade, so my trading strategy wouldn't have you take anything here. But if we would do something like this and then bounce and we see a good divergence here, good divergence, buy positive territory, that would be more the moment that the 2 hours most likely to turn up. As far as my strategies go. But right now you just want to see, does it make the up move and then I get a divergence to the upside, or does it make the down move and I get a divergence on the downside? Oh, God. Big cough. Todd Brain, thank you so much for subscribing. Really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for joining. We're getting some people joining. That's a great, great thing. Tesla is complicated right now. Tesla is not looking the greatest. Maybe I need to pull up an hourly chart. This is usually when something doesn't look great on my ones that I really like, I pull up an hourly. But the main thing you got to see, you got head and shoulders here that could form, right? That could confirm, okay, right? Breakdown, retest, breakdown. The 30-minute doesn't look the best here. So 2 hour, if that can go negative, that's bad. If that can go positive, cross up on the MACD, that's good. That's not the best analysis. So let's look at an hourly and see if things are different. God damn, they're not. It's just not a good looking setup. Like the only thing you got here is a double bottom, but technically this divergence isn't measured there. So it's kind of like take it with a grain of salt. I would just say this, like if you want this to go up, you need to start going positive on at least the 15-minute. If you want this to go up, you need the 30-minute to go up. If you start to go up and you confirm above this level, well, then you can turn that 2 hour around and maybe you see a big move. But that's just not happening. This is not a obvious trade setup, and I don't take trade setups that are not obvious. I do not take them. I do not do it because there's going to be a more obvious setup. If this starts to go down and then makes a divergence right here, this would be an obvious setup. Okay, boom, 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 just like this. Okay, Tesla kind of looks like that, but it's just not as obvious, right? So that's why I'm like, whenever someone asks about Tesla right now, I'm just like, it just doesn't. It looks like a head and shoulders, and sometimes playing head and shoulders is like one of the hardest things to do. It's one of the most manipulated patterns, in my opinion. Oh yeah, Lucy. We need to look at Lucy. Lucy. Okay, 30-minute got the beat down. 2 hours still up in no man's land. So okay, Lucy's one that's on the 5-minute. Ooh, good support there. I mean, you would say this, as of right now, on a 5-minute, and because this is moving so rapidly, you have to do 5-minute. You've curled up, but you haven't gone positive. You notice that when we curl up and we actually go positive, what happens? Big move. We curl up right here, we actually go positive, big move. Right here even, we curl up, we go positive, big move, positive, big move. Even here, we tried to go positive, but you notice that faded. So now if you can go positive here, you would say big move. I'd say if you take out this high, you can go positive again, see another big move. But there's that 5-minute divergence, very good sell signal right there, which is pretty much what you're seeing on Nvidia on a 30-minute chart, by the way, and people are still trying to buy that thing. It makes no sense to me. But you got a bunch of 5-minute divergence in this move. Look how that's been playing out. Terrible. It's been just going up and up and up and up. The most manipulated stock in the market, probably the top 3 most manipulated stocks right now. GME, AMC, and Nvidia, just in a different direction. 30-minute divergence. This is a terrible place. The signals are telling you, not me, I'm just reading the signals. The signals are telling you this is a terrible place to buy. Can it go up? Yes, because it is manipulated. But I can pretty much with a 99% certainty tell you that while this move is happening, the insiders are selling their shares to the retail traders, and then they will rip this away. It was dangerous to hold it over the weekend. It's dangerous to hold it right now. Bro, like, just take the dumbest lesson in all of stocks. Buy low, sell high. This is the dumbest place to buy something. If you buy here and you hold here, you're buying high, selling low. Buy here, sell here. Like, I don't get why you're fuming about what 7%. If you were buying this at the right times, you saw a weekly divergence right here. A weekly divergence that led into positive territory. You should have bought Nvidia at $160 and then sold it at $1,000. Like, I don't get why you're getting so annoyed when literally this is the dumbest place to buy a stock. The absolute dumbest place to buy a stock. So stop coming in here and being bummed out about 7% when you should have bought it, you obviously weren't thinking about it, weren't paying attention to it, and not paying attention to the signals. You could be up 575%. All right? So don't crap on me when this goes down by 60% and then you buy at $1,000 and then you come in and say, oh, I bought it. I don't care, dude. I'm here to help you learn, and this is a terrible thing to do. This is going to teach you bad habits if you buy this stock and it goes up. It is a bad habit. Because then you're going to try to do it on AMD. Then you're going to try to do it on other stocks, and it's not going to work, and then you're going to lose everything, and they're going to win. It's like saying you hit the lottery, and so now you only put coins in machines and hope money comes out because you won the lottery. Oh my God. I don't think, yeah. Man, you know when you can tell someone just has not taken the course? It's great. You know when you can tell that people are actually just coming in and looking for someone to tell them to buy or sell? It's kind of sad. You need the skills, buddy. And like, I'm a very nice guy, but don't think like I'm some kind of puss. All right. What do you think about the SPY? Nothing's really changed. The 30-minute has not really crossed over. So we're still in positive context, even on the 30-minute, you know? So that just tells me I still need to be patient overall. I need to be patient in this move. The 30-minute crosses down. We're very close to negative territory. Now that just means that the 30-minute can go negative. So we want to pay attention. Is the 2-hour able to go negative? Yeah, it can. But like, yeah, I can try to do one of those, Drew. I can try to do one of those. Maybe on a Saturday video, I'll go over utilities again more in depth. But this 2-hour, if that turns up, that would be bullish. So if that 30-minute turns down, you want to see if that's dramatic and if it makes this 2-hour just completely cross down. And you want to pay attention to any kind of signal that could go the other way. This is why we trade like water on this channel. 30-minute crosses down, comes down to this area. What if you get a double bottom, right? You always want to be open to not being 100% right, not being like, this is the moment of the crash. You always want to pay attention to that. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Drew. That's actually a good idea. We'll put the utilities portion maybe on the course. That'd be cool. No, I do not, Todd. No, I do not. But I do give you ranges on Patreon for the SPX. What do I think about AI? I think that AI might be the... Okay, do you want like my opinion if it is a good thing for businesses, or do you want my opinion on if it's a good thing for humanity? They're very separate things. Say businesses or humanity. Great thing for business. Great thing for business. Great things initially for consumers. Great. Because imagine you make a product, that product can analyze the people's behavior, and then the people's behavior can effectively change that product. And then also, you also have the system in the factories that can precisely cut costs where it needs to be cut. It can precisely know what products are working and what's not, and how much inventory to stock of those products. There's endless things with AI that are good for business. Oh. Like, I thought you were just talking about artificial intelligence in general. My bad. 5:30 calls on the SPY for the 4th of June. Well, then I would say this. You don't want that 30-minute to cross over. If this 2-hour crosses up, that's good. I would just pay attention to any kind of weakness and momentum signal. That weekly expected move. I think 534 is going to be important soon. It gets valued down. It's the same thing. It's just going to be valued at it'll be $95, I think, instead of $100 or instead of $950. Oh, you're asking about the stock. My bad. Well, so the problem with AI with humanity is it's always going to learn, and it's going to figure out that humans are bad for themselves. Kind of like the robot movie with Will Smith. Very possible. All right, so the daily side crossed over. So this is not a good sign. It's still in positive context. Now, one thing is you're trying to ask me a question around earnings. Okay, you will be fine. Earnings is a time where you cannot be fine. Okay, earnings is a 50-50 flip. We do a joke on this channel where we take out a coin for earnings for fun, and we flip a coin, and that's the direction the stock's going to go. Weirdly enough, the coin's been right a lot. That's pretty funny, but the coin called Nvidia earnings and Tesla bounce. So what's happening here? Earnings, you have a 50-50 shot. The technicals here are telling you it's positive right now, but it's very close to negative territory. So all you need is one bit of bad news, that goes negative, and this stock gets ripped away. All you need is one bit of good news, and that stock bounces. The problem is we don't know what that good news is. So doing technical analysis around a stock that has earnings tomorrow is not the best thing to do. It is a very data-driven reaction. Now, if we did have a setup here, it would be fine. You're at a point of support. The 2-hour can curl up here. It's in negative territory there. So on the 2-hour, right before that event, you're technically in a downward trend. But if that news is good and it flips right back up, you know what I mean? You will be fine. One of the things that we say kind of in the course is like, just don't trade around earnings. I mean, it's like, and I said this live, but I don't even do it. If you see the golden setup that's given out in the course and it's around earnings, that's like the only time I would ever dabble in doing an earnings play. I've been hurt by earnings too much to be like, that's smart. I haven't traded around earnings in years. Just because, and I'm just telling you that from a perspective of like, you could do this instead. Here's what you could do. I'll show you how you play earnings, right? We talk about this a lot. Let's go into a 30-minute chart. Okay, so 30-minute chart, look at this. It's in negative territory. You're moving sideways. It looks like that direction is down. So let's just say earnings was already happened. Let's say earnings was right here, and they had a bad earnings, and that dropped off dramatically. What would you do right here? Would you short everything right here? Would you buy a bunch of calls right here? What would this do? Well, this wouldn't be the best place to take any kind of position because we just made a direction. We don't know what could happen next. But what do I know? If I want to be a good trader and I really like trading this stock, what if I look for some kind of rebound and then that curls back down? What if I look for some kind of rebound, the MACD gets close to the center line, and then that crosses back down, curls down? You kind of treat it like a swing trader to the downside. You will be fine. Okay, that's because the direction is chosen. We move sideways. Now we move down. But the problem is this move is happening before earnings. So you do have the potential to create a divergence, and that divergence will probably convince you, hey, the stock has a probability to bounce. They release bad news and it goes down. So even if you are deciding to go, say, long on this, and you decide not to do it, and this is what we're talking about with Nvidia as well, if you're like, I'm going to go long on this at earnings before the earnings, and then you win on that, I want you to still understand that you just bet black or red. I want you to understand that you bet black or red. Okay? As long as you understand that, then you know your risk. You're literally doing a 50-50 flip. And sure, it could pay off, but your mind is going to say, I did it, I knew everything, and then the next time it happens, it's not going to work, and you're going to put more money into it because last time you made a bunch of money. Do you understand? So don't get bummed out if this makes the move that you thought it was going to make. Just know you were betting black or red when you made that decision in your head. Hopefully that's, yeah, it looks like you got it. You're helpful. Buy or sell on GameStop. Oh yeah, let's keep track of what's happening there. All right, so I believe 15 minutes rolling over now. So now would be the time where you're like, okay, if this 15-minute bar prints downside, I have to be risk managed. Okay? Risk managed. So if this prints the red bar, that says what? I'm decently close to the center line. But, so what's stopping the stock from doing this? And what's stopping the stock from doing this? And what's stopping the stock from doing this? Either way, if this prints a red bar, then from a risk management standpoint, I say, let's not risk my money because I'm saying this is going to go up. And right now it's kind of saying I want to go down. And then what if that just does this and turns right back around? Okay, then this is going to cross back up. And I can be right back in the move. You got to trade like water with things like this. GameStop is going to be very volatile. You think AMC has much call volume? Big imbalance between calls and puts. GME does, but not as bad. Well, let's see how AMC is holding up. Both of them are being suppressed. The problem is the data that you're probably looking at, you're only getting 50% of the data because literally 50%, and maybe in AMC and GME, more than 50% of what is going on, you can't even see in the stock price because it's happening in dark pools with naked shorting. So, or naked short selling. So it's like, you can look into it. I would just say, I'm following the technicals. If AMC crosses down on the 15-minute, I have 2 option plays and the stock, right? I just bought the stock. So if this one crosses down, one of the option plays, I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm treating it like a trade. And then if this curls down and curls back up, I go, okay, maybe now's that moment. But this curling down, giving me a red impression, would kind of tell me, hey, there's downside potential. So that's why I'm pulling it down. And then if that curls right back up, then I know, okay, now there's upside potential. Makes the day go by faster. I'm going to tell you right now, this is bad for my back. I need to have like a, does having a rug underneath you like help? Because my back's never hurt like this. I'm on a hard floor right now. In my regular chair I've always used. Does a hard floor make your back hurt when you sit in a chair more than a soft floor? Casino trade. Steve probably talk about the earnings thing. The one thing we know about the put call volume is we know there's manipulation to the downside, so the short side. And if that is proven, then we will see something crazy happen. If it's not true, I'm willing to lose $3,000. Get a steel case chair. I might look that up because my back is killing me right now. And my back never hurts in this. Ooh. See, I kind of have a chair like that, just not as nice. Ooh, these look nice. I like these. I think I'm too low, too. Yeah, I'm too low. Maybe that's what's messing with me. I'm going to get a new chair. I really like these comfy ones, too. Nice. Thank you for that suggestion. Now Apple needs to break below 190. I have 2 gestures. Best investment for my back. Nice. Steel case, not only, but worth it? Really? All right, I'm looking at it. So here's the thing. If AMC drops right here, I'm selling one of my positions, and I'm keeping the other ones, so I'm not fully selling out. But I'm going to sell one of my positions, and And if that turns right back up, I'm going to get back into that. Nvidia hits 1200. You have a lot of options at 1100, but not as... God damn it. Come on. I always click on the wrong thing when I'm trying to go to my bookmarks. I believe you had more options at 1100. I'm just looking from the beginning of the day because I think that's telling. Yeah, you have the most at 1100. You have some at 1150 and then some at 1200, but you have like double the amount at 1100 on the call side. Go look at Nvidia. Like, that's a squeeze if you've ever seen one, right? That is a squeeze. Of course you're not going to sell your Nvidia. Of course you're not. Literally every retailer should sell Nvidia because you'd make a bunch of money if you bought it the right time. If you're buying right now, oof. Good friggin' luck. Shane, thank you so much for taking the course. Really appreciate it. Make sure to come back, and if there's any questions you have, you can ask them live. If there's any specific questions, you can ask them on my email. I give it out plenty of times in the course itself. I list it off plenty of times. I flash it up on the screen. All right, last bite. That took me forever to eat. How do you see silver? I was pretty bullish on silver. Let's just look at SLV, by the way. We talked about the futures, why this was bullish, by the way. We did that yesterday live. Dave Sanders, thank you so much for joining us today. So, now in this area, we're kind of overbought. You know, some people might say double top. I'm going to say this is a handle going to be formed here. So would this be the best place to go long? And according to my 30-minute, no. But if I see a little pullback like this, that would be a great moment, right? So I want to make sure these indicators are remaining up here in positive territory. That's a big, big deal. Now, the 2-hour just crossed up. So this could just be a short little 30-minute pullback and then that pops higher. So this actually on the 2-hour was telling you this is a decent area to go for some positive price action for silver. Do you invest in futures? No, I do not. I pay attention to futures, though. So the only qualm that I have with silver is the daily divergence. I remember saying this to M7. I was just like, the only thing bad here is that divergence. And then I'm paying attention to how gold is moving, and I'm like, it's not seeing that pop just yet. That divergence is really steep, so I don't know if it's like the best, but if you're treating it as a trader, I think if that 30-minute curls down to the center line, curls back up, that could be pretty good. Rot, I stream every single morning, usually for only a couple hours. I have a baby girl and I got to take care of some things. But today we started to see GME make like a 35% move, so we stuck around for a little bit. But I'm going to have to hop off like randomly, like right now. I got to get other work done. Apple's under 191. Kind of is still above that 5-day moving average. Oof, here you go. Now, this is not the most dramatic selling, and you're still up in positive territory. So this would be bad, right? The 30-minute crosses down. It has potential to go negative. I would just pay attention if that flips back up, right? We break through the zone, we test in it, then we go higher. Don't let this fake you out if this drops like this and then just curls right back up into positive territory. You don't have to go down to the low until you go like really negative. Because we're a little bit up here in positive, I'd pay attention if there's one more swing high. Then you get like a little maybe divergence here, a divergence here. But overall, I still think that a good likelihood is a 2-hour crossing up. I think the 2-hour ends up crossing up at some point, creates this level up here, and then we get this divergence all across this MACD. You can see it down here on the MACD. That would get us nice and close to that center line. That'd be a great trade setup. This is just an indicator. It's this one right here. It's just my moving average indicator. Trust me, do not buy and sell based on that indicator. I just leave it there because it's cool to see. But like, was this a great buy? No, you need to. The course will tell you the 3 to 5 reasons to take a trade, and these are wonky. I just like having them up for fun. I might just turn them off because people ask about them a lot, and they're not useful in any way. Hey man, I really appreciate what you do. I will sign up for the course. Thank you, June. Really appreciate it. I think it will help you out a lot. You seem like you know pretty good about what you're doing, so I just hope that it helps you in some way and makes it a little bit better for you. Even though AMC's at $5. My bad. Don't worry, I'll make it go to $5.50 tomorrow. Federico, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining. Cliff, thank you for subscribing. Really do appreciate it. We're probably going to add some end of the day streams eventually after I get my setup. I finally get my next desk. So just to end the day here, remember 2-hour curling up for Apple, 30-minute curling down for Apple is a bad thing. But we want to manage that risk. Don't think because this crosses down, it has to go all the way down. Now, a lot of the time, you'll test the low, go make a new one if you go negative. But just know, we know the market's rigged. So if this we got to pay attention to it. We got to manage that trade. If this curls right back up, no reason for downside anymore, right? We can curl back up into this area. We break through a zone. We test in it. We talk about Apple a lot. It really behaves like this all the time. I'm trying to think of the example that we gave. But overall, you just have to really be trading like water. And that means if this crosses down, I can say, oh yeah, that's going negative. But if it starts to curl back up, we see it go positive, then the positive trend is not over. AMD and Nvidia, these things will keep going up, keep going up, keep going up. But I can tell you right now, I said AMD 174.50. I just kind of guessed that because of the weekly expected moves. There's a high probability that this gets ripped away. You have a 68% chance that you end below right here by Friday close. You have a 32% chance that this continues. Okay? Keep that in mind. Nvidia, same thing, but more dramatic. You actually have a 68% chance to land below the 5 on the 2-hour here by Friday close right here. And then you do have a 32% chance that this is going to continue. And you have a lot of week left, so not good. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. You can hear it in my voice. Okay, so the one thing about AMC is the 2-hour is still crossed up into positive territory. That is a good sign. Do not think for a second that this is bearish right now. That is a bullish trend. This is a bullish trend. Notice we're slightly going up. It's still bullish. If that changes, we want to see a 30-minute crossing down. If the 30-minute crosses down, you can say the same thing that we were doing over on Apple. Okay, maybe this isn't the moment for a big upside move. Maybe we are going to break down and then break back up. But if this crosses down and crosses right back up, oh, I can just get right back in that move. I'm just managing that risk by saying, hey, a little risky here. Okay, not risky anymore. That's kind of what I'm doing. Explain again on Nvidia and AMD. They're being short squeezed and manipulated higher. It's very obvious. And all that's happening here, and that's why I was giving so much flack to that guy that came in, all that is happening here is they are pumping the stock so that people like us, retail traders, feel euphoric. We feel like it can't come down. We say, I'm no longer going to try to short this. But right now, people are trying to short this. They're trying to short this. So they will squeeze it until everyone gives up. And then right when all the retailers go, screw it, I'm going with calls, then the stock crashes. And now this doesn't have to crash, guys. This is still just a short squeeze. We can pull down to the center line and curl back up. I'm just stating this is not a great place to buy and hold a stock. I'm sorry that I had to give that guy a bunch of flack, but if you guys want to go with the most basic rule of trading, then I want you to just look at this stock. I'll even clear off the drawings. I want you to look at this stock. All right, let's not even show you the MACD. Let's not even show you the RSI. I want you to look at this stock and tell me if this is a good buy. You're up 1,000% in 2 years. This was the good place to buy. Sorry, my energy's a little low now. This is a good place to buy. This is not a good place to buy. You want to go, maybe you want to go into like charts of other stocks, right? You want to go into charts of other stocks and find stocks like this down here and then buy those. Like there's one guy that I know personally, he dedicates like $10,000 a year to finding stocks that he sees potential in that are very cheap and he thinks are very undervalued at like, 10 or 15 bucks. And then he puts $1,000 into each one. And he's actually been successful. Like 5 years later, one of them pops up to $1,000 a share and he doesn't care that 9 of them failed. It was a very cool strategy, actually. All right, let's see. Does anyone know what happens to shorts on a split if I'm short 1,000 on Nvidia and it does a 10 to 1? Is my short level moved to 100? Yeah, it should be moved to 100. They just move the position just like they move the price of the stock. The short for 1,000 is not going to be possible when the stock split happens. So they'll rotate it down. Bought it for $90 and now it's 400+%. Maybe better to sell right now. Nvidia 1,400 call. I can't tell you whether to buy or sell. I can just tell you what the signals look like for me. And I personally will never be buying Nvidia at $1,000. I do not think that is a prudent choice on my behalf. So I will not be buying Nvidia anywhere near these prices. The last time I would have bought Nvidia was right here. And then we saw it dip down, so I would have been out and then I would have been back in, 860. But I knew that this was manipulated. I don't like trading Nvidia. I actually took an Nvidia trade right here, and I made a bunch on this when we called the short squeeze beginning. So this is where I made a huge option play, and then I was like, all right, I'm not trading Nvidia anymore. I'm just scared of it. I'm scared. I see this, and I'm scared. Other people see this, and they want to buy it. I see this, and I see, holy crap, I'm not wanting to. I'm not wanting to grab any of this. I think that this has the potential to rip a lot of people's money away. It's like if I buy something at $1, then and like I look at the numbers, then upside has a risk to reward, right? Even your Bollinger Bands right now are like risk. Your reward is all the way down to 790 right now. It's just not good. All right, guys, I really have to hop off. I'm getting really tired, and I need to like drink a soda, a pop or something. But I really do appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much for the new subscribers. Thank you for the donations. I know we saw a couple throughout the day. And I highly encourage you, if you like this style, if you like how I explain stocks and you want to be able to look at stocks and see it that way, and then you can come back to my channel and just be like, hey, am I seeing this correctly? And I'm like, yeah, you're seeing some good divergences here. You're seeing this, you're seeing that. Great job. That's what I really like. From the community right now. A lot of people taking the course and then coming in and being like, look at this setup, and I get a look at it. It's already a good setup, and they're just looking for like another yeah, it looks good. Really encouraging stuff there. But the course down there, $100 for 3 more days as of right now. I'm still playing with it, but at $100 for 3 more days, just learn about all these indicators, see them charts like I do. But appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for liking the video. Thank you to the new subscribers. Thank you for the donations. You guys are always fantastic. Good luck trading with the rest of your day, and I will see you on YouTube later tonight, all right? Peace. I'll move you guys back over to AMC. I'm not going to make you stare at Nvidia at that terrible price. Also, I have a buddy who owns he bought AMC really low, and he has like millions of dollars worth of AMC at this level, and I bet money he's like not going to sell. Oh, I can't wait to talk to him in a few weeks. All right, see you guys. Watch AMC for a little bit. See if it curls down on this MACD right here. That's kind of a signal of, hey, there might be weakness. But if that just curls right back up, we can continue going positive. That 2 hour is still positive on that chart. Have a good day, guys. I will see you on YouTube later.